Chapter 871. Father, is it because the situation in the south has changed? Patroclus asked hurriedly. Divers was very satisfied with his sharp battle instincts. An outstanding senior officer should be like this. His eyes should not be focused on a single battle, but should be able to see the entire situation. He looked at the other two. Adoris and Crotocatax also looked at him with concern. They had been fighting in Latin and had little access to the outside world. Devers felt that it was necessary to let them know about the situation in other battlefields. Ever since Alexis defeated the Samnian army in Asculum and Venosa twice, the Samnian people no longer attacked the kingdom's territory. Instead, they launched a large-scale attack on the Campanian alliance, capturing Pompeii, Herculaneum, Tessera, and other cities. Finally, they besieged Naples. Isn't the Campania alliance in danger of being destroyed? Did we send troops to rescue them? Clotocatax asked in shock. Devers smiled and said, before attacking the Campania alliance, something else happened. Great leader Chiutini lured Quinduk, the leader of Niconia, who had always been neutral, to death and occupied the territory of Niconia. His actions obviously provoked Gurney of Abenalum. Not only did he decide to make Abenalum a free city of Dionia, but he also helped us to attack the Samnite tribal alliance. Therefore, the Ministry of Military Affairs made a new battle plan and let Alexis lead the army to attack the Samnite mountains from the east. Father, I remember that you have repeatedly reminded the Ministry of Military Affairs not to let the army attack the Samnite mountains. Clotocatax exclaimed. He was a little worried that Helos and Felicius of the Ministry of Military Affairs would be reprimanded by his father for making the decision without authorization. Yes, I have given such an order before. Divers, on the other hand, looked calm. He said, but now the situation has changed. The Ministry of Military Affairs has secretly ordered Potentia to gather soldiers and quietly rendezvous with the army of Abenalum. They are familiar with the Samnese mountains and are good at mountain warfare. The Samnese wanted to lure us to attack the mountains, but we set up an ambush in Aquilonia and completely defeated their main force hidden in the mountains. Now, Alexis was leading a coalition army of nearly 20,000 to attack Beneventum. The Samnite coalition army that was besieging Naples had to retreat. In this way, we will be able to take the lead in the battle against the Samnite people. Whether it is confronting the Samnite coalition in Beneventum or joining forces with the Campania alliance to attack the Samnite towns on the eastern plains, or our remaining troops in the Downey area, taking advantage of the great opportunity that the enemy's main force is pinned down to continue to attack other towns in the Samnite mountains. So, they don't need our help in the war with the Samnite. Adoris's tone was a little disappointed. He then asked, Father, what about the situation in Sicily? Divers put on a serious expression and said slowly, ever since Plessis defeated the Carthaginian army in Minoa, not long after, our Sicilian fleet and the Carthaginian fleet had a huge battle on the sea near Serenus. In the end, a storm on the sea destroyed almost all the warships of both sides. Flarios drowned, and there's still no news of Sequirian. More than 10,000 sailors died. What? The three of them showed a shocked expression. They never thought that while they were fighting in the north, there would be such a terrible loss in the south. Devers continued. The Fourth Fleet has been transferred to Sicily, and we still have the advantage in the sea. Carthage led his troops to capture Serenus, and the remaining troops of the Carthage army were entrenched in a few important towns, not daring to attack. So Alexis sent his troops to plunder and destroy the areas ruled by the Carthage people in Sicily, in order to achieve the goal of taking the initiative to defend. However, the crushing defeat of the Carthage army caused Carthage's governor of Iberia, Margo, to become the new commander of the Carthage army. Now, the entire coast of Africa and Iberia are gathering soldiers and forming armies, preparing to land in Sicily. A new war is about to begin. We must get rid of the Rome and the Samnite as soon as possible and rush to the south to fight our greatest enemy, the Carthage, to the death. Devers' words made the three young people feel the urgency of the situation, but at the same time, it also made them feel excited. On the day when Devers held a banquet in the city of Rome, held a competition, and rewarded the soldiers, the port of Utica welcomed a large fleet of Iberian troops. Utica, a city on the mainland of Africa, was second only to the Phoenician city of Carthage. It was located on the coast, about 110 miles west of the city of Carthage. Margot's ship was the first to dock. Dressed in military uniform, he walked onto the dock. The elders, led by Preta Cuba, immediately came forward to greet him. "Lord Margot, welcome back." Margot gave Preta Cuba a warm hug and said emotionally, "You've worked hard, Preta Cuba. It's all thanks to you that I've been away for the past few years. It's all thanks to you." Preta Cuba patted his thick shoulder and said excitedly, "It's good that you're back. Now that you're back, we have hope." Then Margot warmly greeted the other elders of the Magonid faction. "Lord Margot, welcome. You finally led the army here." An old man with white hair and beard greeted him. "Dear Lord Esiruba." Facing the leader of the neutral faction, Esiruba, whose reputation in the Senate was second only to Hanno, Margot still bowed and said solemnly, "Carthage is in danger. As the descendant of the city's founder, how can I sit back and do nothing? I'm glad that you can think this way and do this. This is what all the citizens of Carthage expect from you." Esiruba said seriously. "All." Margot sneered and pointed to the elders who came to greet him. "That's not right. At least, some people who haven't been here don't think so. These elders who haven't come have gathered more than 60,000 soldiers for you, and are also gathering a huge amount of food to supply this army for you. They are also urging the shipyards and other allies to speed up the construction of warships. So don't be overly suspicious of your compatriots. They are also making their own efforts for the future of Carthage." Esiruba said earnestly. This made Margot hesitate. He thought for a moment, and his tone became gentler. "Unlike the natives of Syracuse, Namibia, and Iberia, the Dionia are our real strong enemies. We need to do our best to defeat them. Therefore, I will do my best to maintain the unity of Carthage, and I hope that Lord Esiruba can play a greater role in this regard. Don't worry, the previous fiasco has taught us a lesson. Whether it's Hanno, me, or the other elders, we all hope that you can win, because if you fail, it will mean disaster for Carthage. We will do our best to support you until the Dionia are driven out of Sicily and their king is forced to choose humiliating peace talks." Esiruba promised. Margot expressed his gratitude, then turned to look at the port, waiting for his generals to gather the soldiers ashore and lead them out of Utica. Among the more than 20,000 soldiers led by Margot, there were not many Carthage and Phoenicians. Like the army led by Hasdrubal, most of them were mercenaries. Their different appearance and attire not only attracted the curious onlookers of the people of Utica, but also caused the elders who came to greet them to comment on them. At this time, a few more ships docked, and a group of strong men in striped trousers disembarked from ships. They were all abnormally burly, muscular, and hairy. Their bodies were embroidered with strange tattoos, messy short hair, unkempt beards, and ferocious faces. As soon as they came ashore, the people at the port cried out in alarm. This seemed to agitate them. One by one, they used the long swords in their left hands to hit the long shields in their right hands, and they roared, looking even more ferocious. Most of the onlookers of Utica turned around and fled, and for a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. Fortunately, their leaders stopped them in time. However, this did not guarantee that they would be able to line up at the port obediently. A group of terrifying barbarians. Are they also from Iberia? Esiruba asked in surprise. The Celts of the northern mountains of Iberia. They do not fear death when they fight, and the other natives of Iberia fear them. It just so happened that there was a flash flood in their area, and their livestock and food were washed away. Facing a famine, I used thousands of cattle and sheep to exchange for their help. I believe that with them, our war against Ionia will be smoother. Margot said confidently. I hope so. However, this is also the reason why the Senate did not allow your troops to land at the port of Carthage. I hope you can manage your troops well and not cause any trouble here, which will leave a bad impression on the people. Esiruba reminded him solemnly. Margot once again expressed his gratitude for Aruba's kind reminder. After all the soldiers came ashore, Margot's subordinates gathered them and took them away from the city of Utica. They began to set up camp outside the city, while Margot followed the senators to the city of Carthage. In the past decade or so, although Margot had lived in southern Iberia for a long time, he had returned to the city of Carthage many times. However, he never expected to encounter such a situation today. Almost all the people of the city ran out and crowded on both sides of the road. As soon as he entered the city, thunderous cheers sounded around him. The people shouted his name and threw petals at him. Chapter 872. Margot had never been treated like this before. He was shocked and looked at Preta Cuba, who was next to him, with a puzzled expression. Preta Cuba looked at him and said meaningfully, "Sir, this is not our intention, but the cheers of the people from the bottom of their hearts. Since the outbreak of the war, we have suffered a crushing defeat. The army of Dionia is ravaging our land in Sicily, and the warships of Dionia have attacked our merchant ships sailing to the west of Sicily from time to time. The people of the Sicilian colony have been displaced, and trade has declined sharply. They have now deeply realized that Carthage needs a hero to defeat the strong enemy and restore the prosperity of Carthage. I understand. I will let them see it." Margot looked dignified, raised his right hand, and waved to the audience around him. The cheers became even more enthusiastic. "Look, the king of Iberia is here, making himself look like a hero," Aukradin said sarcastically as he looked at the people surrounding him and walking to the Senate. "Hero, that will have to wait until he defeats Dionia." Tepenlaco sneered. "He has brought more than 20,000 troops, and 60,000 troops have been prepared for him here. There are also 30,000 to 40,000 troops in Sicily, a total of 110,000 to 20,000 strong troops. This is the most powerful army in the history of Carthage. I am afraid that whoever is the commander of this army will easily win," another elder said disdainfully. The elders at the entrance of the Senate were discussing in whispers. Hanno, who was standing at the forefront, looked calm. Although he did not say a word, his heart was in turmoil. He had spent more than 10 years of effort to eliminate the influence of the Magonid family on Carthage. Even if the immediate family was driven out of Carthage, he had always been vigilant against Margot. Listening to the cheers of the whole city, it showed that the Magonid family still had a great influence in Carthage. The reason why the people of Carthage were so enthusiastic was because they were worried about the war in Sicily. If he had a capable general, how could the situation in the city become like this? Looking at Margot approaching him, Hanno was annoyed and jealous. But he kept a calm face because he did not want to leave a bad impression that he was the one who had stopped Margot from leading the army into battle. "Welcome, Brother Ma." Hanno's face was full of smiles as he praised loudly. "With you here, there is hope for our war against Ionia. That's why we've gathered enough soldiers and prepared enough rations for you, just so we can hear the news of your victory as soon as possible." Hearing his words of praise and looking at his seemingly sincere smile, Margot felt disgusted and could not help saying, "Carthage is in danger. If it weren't for someone's obstruction, I would have come earlier." Hanno acted as if he didn't hear it. His smile remained unchanged as he made an inviting gesture. Margot entered the Senate with his head held high. Oakland moved closer to Hanno and wanted to say something. Hanno stopped him with a meaningful look. In the meeting hall, Margot gave a speech to the senators. He solemnly outlined the current dangerous situation Carthage was facing and thanked the senators for their trust in him. Finally, he made an impassioned promise that he would do his best to reverse the current unfavorable situation, defeat the Dionysian army, drive Dionia out of Sicily, and at the same time force Dionia not to invade Carthage's ally, Rome. He also forced Ionia to open its domestic trade to Carthage merchants to a greater extent, and forced it to reduce the size of the navy that posed a threat to Carthage. What Margot said was exactly what the senators wanted, so they responded with warm applause. At this time, Oakland stood up while applauding and said coldly, "Very exciting speech. But a few months ago, Monte Ardino also said the same thing, but what happened?" A can of cold water was poured on the excited Margot. He was even more angry that the other party actually compared him to that incompetent person. He immediately refuted loudly. That idiot Monte Ardino was originally incapable of commanding this war. If it weren't for the insistence of some people, he would not have been able to serve as the commander at all. As a result, he treated war as a child's play and suffered a crushing defeat, causing Carthage to suffer huge losses. Shouldn't this responsibility be pursued to the end? Hanno raised his eyebrows. Oakleton laughed and said, Monte Ardino is an incompetent person. This is really funny. He has fought in Namibia for many years, never suffered a defeat, and won a large piece of land for Carthage. This achievement is no less than what you have done in Iberia. This is why the senators unanimously elected him as the commander. Even so, after suffering a defeat, he was severely punished. If there is a problem with this punishment imposed by the Senate, then I would like to ask Lord Hanno. More than a decade ago, Hilmico and you were defeated by Dionysius one after another, causing about half of the citizens of Carthage to lose their lives in Sicily. The losses suffered are much greater than Monte Ardino's defeat, but have you ever suffered the same punishment as Monte Ardino? Is this fair? You're talking nonsense. Margot was furious when the old scar was reopened, and he immediately scolded loudly. An imperceptible smile appeared on Hanno's face. Cuba immediately stood up and shouted, Lord Oakleton, now that the army has gathered and is about to fight with the people of Dionia, this will determine the fate of our Carthage. Yet you say these words at this time to disturb the morale of the army. What do you mean? Don't scare me, Cuba. I have no other intention. I just wanted to ask Lord Margot, but before I finished, I didn't expect him to react so violently. Oakleton shrugged with an innocent look and then said, What I wanted to say just now is that everyone can say good words, but it must be implemented in action. It is not easy for us to gather so many citizens to go out to fight, and it is even more difficult to collect enough military supplies for this huge army. Our treasury, our taxes, the gold and silver we excavate, all of them are invested in this war, and we can't support this war for a long time. So I want to ask, Lord Margot, can you give us a specific deadline to fulfill the promise you just said? Margot was stunned. Oakleton's words were approved by many senators. After all, Margot and Hanno had been arguing for more than a month, which could be said to have delayed the battle. Now that he had the army in his hands, if the delay continued, the senators would be at a loss. Even Isuba took the initiative to stand up and said, Lord Margot, Oakleton is right. The consumption of hundreds of thousands of soldiers is huge. We do need a more specific deadline so that the whole of Carthage can grit their teeth and do their best to provide the army supplies during this period. Cuba fiercely winked at Margot. Margot originally thought that if he could get the full support of Carthage and set a deadline, it would not be a bad thing. But when he saw the look in Cuba's eyes, he was a little hesitant. It seems that Lord Margot is not very confident in defeating the people of Dionia, Tepenlaco said sarcastically. Margot stared at Tepenlaco. Then his sharp eyes swept to Hanno, who was also looking at him. He smiled disdainfully and said loudly, We all know that Dionia is a powerful country, and the war between us and Dionia will not end in a short time. I also know what you mean by saying this, but I'm still willing to set a deadline, not only to urge myself, but also to give the people of Carthage hope. 1 year. Within a year, I will do my best to drive the forces of Dionia out of Sicily. The main force of the Samonese coalition entered Beneventum. The next day, they received news that Lola was besieged by the enemy. As soon as Segovani received the news, he immediately called for a military meeting and said anxiously, We will go to war immediately and repel the Dionia coalition in the south. Then, we will lead the army back to Lola. Of course, Lescock did not agree with this proposal. He patiently advised, Leader Segovani, the city of Lola is strong, and the garrison is not small. The enemy will not be able to take it in a short time. You don't have to be too anxious. You should know that the enemy outside Beneventum has a large number of people, and they have built a relatively complete camp. If we attack them head-on, Our losses will inevitably be great, and we may not succeed. However, with such a large army of Dionia coming from afar, the supply of military food has become a big problem. As long as we send a few troops to sneak into the mountains, bypass their camp, attack the road between Abenelum and their camp, and cut off their food transportation, the people of Dionia will not have enough to eat, and they will definitely panic. Then, it will be time for us to attack. Once we defeat the main force of the Dionia coalition, our situation will be much better. I agree with Lescock's opinion. We have fewer troops now, so we should be cautious. Badani said. After all, the Dionia's army could not threaten Bentley's territory. Of course, he did not want to take the risk. As for Contrak, he was a little hesitant. Although Caracini's territory was far from the threat of Dionia's attack, as an old man who had always protected the interests of the Samonese race with a tough attitude, it was against his nature to adopt a prudent strategy. However, Caracini warriors had the least number of the four major races, and, after several battles, they had suffered considerable losses. He had no choice but to pay attention to this problem, so in the end, he agreed with Lescock's suggestion. Chapter 873. Segovani was annoyed, but he had to follow the decision. Ever since Alexis learned that the main force of the Samni army was stationed in Beneventum, she no longer sent troops to Beneventum. She also withdrew the ballista team, but the improvement and reinforcement of the entire camp continued. Although the intensity of the Samni's attacks on the Allied army camp was increasing, the improved camp provided enough protection for the soldiers. The warriors of Potentia and Abenelum, who had not fought for more than 10 years, also gained a lot of experience from the successful defense, and their responses were getting better and better. Amidst the incessant sounds of battle, the camp of the Allied Dionians dug deep trenches, built thick earthen ramparts, sturdy wooden fences, towering sentry towers, and set up densely packed abatis and traps. The warriors sent by the Samni Allied army to attack the grain route were idle because Alexis had stored enough food in the camp in advance. The next day, bad news came to the city of Beneventum. Equum was besieged by the Dionysian army. Equum, a town of Hilpini, was located in the east of Beneventum, on the edge of the eastern mountains of Samni, not far from the Downey area. It was neither located on the top of a mountain like Aquilonia, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, nor was it like Beneventum, which had a large population. Half of the small population had been recruited by the Allied tribal forces, and the Dionysian army that surrounded it was said to have nearly 10,000 people. The four leaders knew that if there were no reinforcements, Equum would fall very soon. But when Lescock saw Segovani sneering at him, he remembered what he had said to him yesterday, so he did not mention the reinforcements at all. Instead, he thought about how to persuade the Equum warriors in the army and appease the other tribal people who were wavering. But Bardani said worriedly, "The kingdom of Dionia has a large population and so many allies. They can gather much more soldiers than we can. Now they're using this advantage to increase their attack on us. Even if we gather all the warriors we have, there are less than 20,000 people. Even if we defeat the enemy outside the city, it will not change the fact that we are in a disadvantageous situation. Although we don't know how the war between Dionia and Carthage is going, it is obvious that Carthage does not have the advantage. Otherwise, the Dionia would not have invested so many troops into us. Our original hope of relying on the Carthage people seems to be in vain now. What should we do?" Bardani wanted to say, "We might as well stop the war with Dionia and negotiate peace several times," but in the end, he did not want to be scolded by that stubborn old man again. Of course, the other three could hear the meaning of his words, but even Contrak remained silent. The room was silent, and the four of them were thinking about their own things. At night, Segovani, who was anxious about the current situation, received another request for help from Lola. The Campanian alliance of Dionia was in a hurry to attack the city. They had built earthen mountains that were higher than the city walls and many siege weapons that had never been seen before. They were a great threat to the defense of the city walls. If they could not get reinforcements immediately, Lola was in danger of being breached. Segovani finally could not sit still. He immediately went to find Leescock and asked him to bring troops back to Lola immediately. Of course, Leescock did not want Segavani to leave with his troops, because Kautini was now the strongest of the four major tribes. If they left, the entire alliance's strength would probably be reduced by half. So, Leescock hurriedly advised, "The main forces of Dionia are here, and there will not be too many enemies attacking Lola. You only need to send 1,000 or 2,000 reinforcements, and you can completely defend Lola. The most important thing for us now is to defeat the enemy outside the city." Defeat? How? Segavani interrupted him coldly. "Using that cowardly method of yours. Our warriors have been guarding the mountain ridge for 2 days and have not seen a single pack beast transporting the supplies. Even if we really intercept the Dionia supplies one day, I'm afraid that Kautini's towns on the Campanian plains will be lost." At this moment, Leescock did not care about Segavani's mockery and directly advised, "If you are really in a hurry to return, why don't we discuss this and launch a fierce attack on Dionia's camp in 2 days? Defeat them first, and then return to help Lola together." "Enough. Leescock, do you think I'm a fool like Contric and Bardani, who could be fooled by you as you please?" Segavani glared at him and scolded loudly. "We have sent warriors to attack the enemy's camp many times over the past 2 days, and many have died. I believe you know how difficult it is to attack the enemy's camp. Now, you want us to attack it by force. Do you want all my people to die? Leescock, you are a person who only knows how to play petty tricks and only knows how to talk glibly. You are hesitant and lack decisiveness and ruthlessness. More than 10 years have passed, and you have not been able to kill Gurney and pacify the Abenelum. Instead, you have made them a great threat to us. We have launched a war against Ionia, and most of the operations we carried out were based on your suggestions. Until now, we have lost more than half of our warriors, and we have yet to achieve a single victory. 2 days ago, the Dionia camp was not as troublesome as it is now. If we had followed my suggestion and launched a fierce attack, we would have had a greater harvest, but you dissuaded us. Now, when the Dionia have completely repaired the camp, you want us to attack. Leescock, I have seen through you. You are not fit to be the great leader of Hilpini, nor are you fit to be the commander of the army. You are just a pitiful worm who was defeated by the Dionia more than 10 years ago and has always been afraid of them." Segavani exposed his scars, and Leescock was both embarrassed and angry. A wave of anger rushed to his brain, and he suddenly pounced over, pressing down on Segavani's hand with one hand and strangling Segavani's neck with the other. Segavani struggled with all his might, but he could not break free. His expression changed, and he shouted hoarsely, "Leescock, what are you trying to do? What do you think I'm trying to do?" Leescock approached him with a sinister expression. "You say I am not fit to be the great leader, but are you? Look at your thin and weak body. Are you worthy of being called a valiant Samonese warrior? No wonder the great leader Kaltini and his people had always wanted Quinduk to be the great leader, if not for you secretly messing around and slandering his reputation. How could you have become the great leader? And what did you do after you became the great leader? You tore up the alliance with the Dionia, invaded the Campania alliance many times, and triggered a war with the Dionia. Not only did you suffer a crushing defeat, but you also became a captive. You say I am not fit to be the great leader, but are you? You say I am not suitable to lead troops in a battle. If not for me, you bastard would still be imprisoned by the Dionia. Not only are you not grateful, but you even insult your benefactor. Have you thrown away the Samonese tradition of repaying kindness? You say I can't do anything to Gurney, but is it your credit to get rid of Quinduk? That was my suggestion and the cooperation of the great leaders. Otherwise, with your stupid brain, what can you think of to get rid of him? What are you two doing?" Contric, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked into the room and saw the two people entangled together. He shouted, "As the great leader of the tribe, instead of thinking about how to defeat our enemy, you are in the mood to beat and scold here. Aren't you afraid of being seen as a joke by your people?" Leescock took the opportunity to let go of his hands and took a few steps back. His face was immediately full of apology. He explained loudly, We had an argument just now because of some things. I was too impulsive. I apologize, Segavani. I hope you can forgive me. Segavani rubbed his neck, which was red from being strangled, and stared coldly at Leskok. Forgive, only if you die. After saying this, he turned and walked out. Contract frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Segavani, some small disputes should not affect our unity. Otherwise, shut up, old man. Segavani rudely interrupted Contract's lecture. The three of you can unite yourselves. I'm leaving. I'll leave with my tribal warriors tomorrow morning. I'd like to see how long Benventum can hold out. He strode out of the room. What? What the hell happened? It was rare for Contract to be insulted to his face, and his old face turned red. Leskok's expression was also ugly, but he did not answer. Bardani, who had just arrived at the door, heard the conversation of the three and quietly turned to leave. That night, Segavani refused to see anyone and kept his word. Despite the repeated dissuasion of Leskok and Contract, he led Kautini's 8,000 warriors out of Benventum the next morning. Just as the two great chiefs looked at the empty Kautini camp in the city and complained that Segavani was narrow-minded and ignored the overall situation, bad news came from the city again. Great leader Bardani had gathered more than 4,000 penitent warriors and was going to leave the city through the north gate and return to his territory. Leskok was shocked. Kautini's army had already left, and if the penitent army left as well, the Samanai coalition would fall apart. There would be less than 7,000 warriors left in the city, and facing more than 20,000 enemies outside the city, they would be at a complete disadvantage. So he hurriedly ran to the north of the city, wanting to dissuade Bardani. Contract was originally following closely behind, but not long after, he slowed down because he suddenly felt that it might be a good thing for Bardani to lead the army away. As long as he blocked the enemy invasion from the east and defended Penited's territory, Carasini, who was north of Penited, would naturally be safe. Chapter 874. However, Contract did not plan to leave with his team. He was determined to follow the ancient tradition of the Samanai tribal alliance and defend Benventum with the Hilpini tribe. It was early summer in the mountains. The soil was still moist, the trees were lush, and the weeds were growing crazily. The summer cicadas had already begun to chirp. The scorching sun shone through the densely packed branches and leaves, casting mottled light on the grassland of the mountain ridge. 3 of Benelum's scouts were lying on the ground, swatting away the mosquitoes that had bitten them, while closely looking down at the winding mountain path. "Big brother, look!" One of the scouts pointed to the front and shouted in surprise. Between the mountain ridges in the east, many birds flew up, chirping and circling in the air. "Let's go and take a look." The scout called Big Brother also had a happy look on his face. He stood up and stretched his sore thighs, then led the other 2 and ran along the ridge to the east. Not long after, they were lying on the mountain again and looked down. The mountain path more than 100 meters away was crowded with Samanai warriors. They were lined up in a long line, stretching eastward, although the attire of the warriors of the 4 major tribes was roughly the same, and the flags could not be seen clearly due to the distance. The experienced Benelum scouts could still tell that it was Kautini's army. Under the sunlight, the long line reflected a lot of light, which meant that the army was well armored. Of the 4 major tribes, only Kautini could do so because they were the wealthiest tribe in the eastern plains of Campania, not to mention that this army was heading towards Kaltum. Chief Gurney is right. The Kautini have indeed evacuated from Benventum. We didn't wait for this day in vain. The leading scout could not hide the joy on his face. But we still haven't found where the Narconians are. Of course, I can't see clearly from this mountain, but I can roughly guess where they are. The leading spy said confidently, "Ever since their army entered Beneventum, we have not seen the Naconians fighting outside the city. They were not even sent to patrol the city walls, which shows how cautious the Kautini people are. I think they must be in the middle of the army. There are 3,000 of them, so it will be easy to find them. Go back immediately and tell Leader Gurney that I, Sidoni, have started implementing the plan. And you, hurry to the Dionia camp in Lola and tell their commander that we have contacted the Naconian army. Big brother, be careful. Don't worry, I can easily sneak in by myself. Sidoni's words were not comforting, because the Samanai army did not always march on the mountain path like the Dionysian army. When the mountains on both sides slowed down, the Samanai army would separate some soldiers to march on a mountainside on both sides. This not only shortened the length of the marching column, but also reduced the possibility of being ambushed. However, it made it easy for Sidoni to sneak into the army. After sending the 2 scouts away, he patted the dust off his body, grabbed a few javelins, and dived down the mountain under the cover of the trees. Then he hid in the weeds. After a brief moment of listening to the conversation of the warriors who were marching in close proximity, he rose decisively and pretended to have just come out of the bathroom, approaching the party on the hill. Since he was wearing the same yellow short-sleeved shirt, and Caltini's procession was not as strict as that of the Dionians and was rather scattered, he easily blended into the group. Then, through a conversation with several Naconian soldiers around him, he decided to look for the leader of the army of Evangum, the second largest tribe in Naconia. The reason why he did not look for the Quinduk tribe was because this tribe had been completely split up by Segavani, and its people were also forcibly incorporated into the tribes of Lola and Cecilla. You said you are from Abenelum? Vasink looked at the man who tried to sneak up to him, but was stopped by his guards. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. Sidoni also noticed that he was young. Judging from his appearance, he should be just over 20 years old. According to the tradition of the Samanai, it was impossible for a young man to lead an army in battle. However, Segavani imprisoned the leaders of the various tribes in Naconia and let their young children lead the warriors of the tribe. This was for better control. To prevent being seen, we'd better talk as we walk, Segavani suggested in a low voice. Vasink subconsciously looked around and nodded. Sidoni pretended to be Vasink's guard and followed behind him with the other soldiers. Vasink could not wait to ask in a low voice, "What's going on in Naconia? We heard rumors in Beneventum that the people of Dionia hated us for killing the priests of Hades and the merchants of Dionia in their territory. After invading Naconia, they not only killed the wolves of Segavani, but also killed our people. But the Catini soldiers that we were familiar with secretly told us that your people often shouted outside Beneventum, saying that the people of Dionia have formed an alliance with our people in their territory. There are also some other rumors. Which one is true?" Sidoni did not speak immediately. Instead, he took out something from his pocket and quietly handed it to Vasink. Vasink's eyes widened. He recognized it as a small wooden carving that he liked the most when he was young. Sidoni looked at his expression and knew what was going on. "This is a keepsake that your tribe's elder asked me to bring to you. I also have keepsakes for the other tribe leaders. The truth is that the Dionysian army drove away the people of Catini who were stationed in Naconia and formed an alliance with the tribal elders to fight against the Samanai coalition army." After Sidoni finished, before Vasink could respond, the guards next to him were already excited. The people of Catini lured Quinduk to death, imprisoned the tribal leaders, slaughtered the people in their territory, forced them to go out to fight, and always let them charge at the front without caring about their lives. The hearts of these Naconian warriors had long been burning with anger. However, due to the strength of the Samanai coalition army and the safety of their people, they had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Now, the opportunity had come. Someone even whispered, "Great." Their eyes were filled with the flames of revenge as they stared at Vasink. Vasink squeezed the small wooden carving in his hand and whispered, "When we reach Catini, I will secretly send someone to tell the other Naconian generals." On the day that Segavani led the army to retreat from Beneventum, Xanaparis, who was in the military camp outside Lola, had already decided to attack the city. It had been 4 days since the siege. Why was he so eager to attack the city? On one hand, it was because he was worried that the Samanai coalition army would return, causing all their previous efforts to go waste. On the other hand, his siege arrangements were almost complete. When he first arrived at the city of Lola, Xanaparis had carefully observed the plain town of Catini. Although it was nearly 7 meters high and was a stone city, the city walls were dilapidated and the gaps in the stone walls were large. Some places even had grass growing. The trench outside the city was not too wide. Although there were simple antlers outside the trench, there were no traps. Based on this, Xanaparis estimated that the Kautini town had never been attacked, so it had not been well maintained and repaired, which gave him the confidence to break the city in a short period of time. In fact, the Kautini invaded Campania last year and suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the reinforcements from Dionia, and the Legio III entered Tezala. This had already made Lola, Cessala, and other Kautini towns closer to Tezala feel the danger. They put strengthening the city's defense on their agenda, but it did not take long for the full-scale war between the Samni and Dionia to break out. The young and middle-aged people of Lola were transferred, and the repair of the city walls was delayed. Xanaparis considered that there were not many defenders in Lola, other than the possible reinforcements from the north. The rest of the city was controlled by Dionia and its allies. So, after a discussion with the leader of the Campanian army, Iolos, and the others, they decided to build a hill to approach the city walls. Building a hill to attack a city was one of the military training programs of the Legion of Dionysia. Xanaparis and the soldiers were no strangers to it. After deciding to build the hill to the south of Lola, the engineers decided to start the construction 40 meters away from the south of the city. So, Xanaparis ordered most of the soldiers to cut down trees on the hill. At the same time, after the governor of Annona, Adrianx, received Xanaparis' request for help, he not only organized thousands of Annona people, but also sent some administrative officials with 3 days' worth of rations through the original trade route, through the territory of Niconia, and to the outskirts of Lola. When the Naconians heard the news, they also sent thousands of their people. Following that, the Campanian alliance also sent tens of thousands of people. In less than 2 days, more than 30,000 people, including 12,000 allied soldiers, gathered in the camp of the Dionia coalition army. Xanaparis made a plan for the construction of the hill. He first left 2,000 Campanian heavy infantry to guard the camp to prevent the enemy from sneaking out of the city. The rest of the soldiers would go to the forest to cut down trees and make wooden palisades that were 5 to 6 meters high. Then, 200 soldiers would erect the palisades 30 meters away from the south wall of Lola. The palisades were 70 meters long to defend against the enemy's arrows and javelins. At the same time, 300 Dionia heavy infantry would be on standby on both sides and behind the palisades to prevent the enemy from leaving the city. Chapter 875. At the same time, the administrative officials of Annona effectively managed the large team of more than 20,000 old people, teenagers, and even women, dividing them into several groups. Some of them cut down the trees and carried them down the hill, placing them at the place where the barracks engineers had planned to build a mound of earth. Others piled up the wood in a crisscross manner, gradually extending upwards towards the city wall. In addition, there was another group of people carrying baskets of excavated soil, filling them into the base made of wood and compacting them. The defenders of Lola on the southern city wall saw such a big movement made by the enemy. While they were shocked, they also felt a little curious. But soon, they discovered that in front of them, a mound of earth about 50 meters wide was rising and rapidly approaching the top of the city wall. The entire wooden fence was also moving forward. It was not that the defenders of Lola did not launch long-range attacks on the enemy, who was building the mound below the city, but the javelins and arrows they threw were either blocked by the wooden fence or by the heavy infantry behind the wooden fence with their shields. Although a few of them were injured and fell to the ground, it did not frighten the allied army. Be it the Campanians or the Naconians, they had all been tormented by the Simonians and hated them to the bone. Moreover, the assistance of the Annona citizens in battle would be recorded by the household registration officials, which would be of great help to the development of their families in the kingdom in the future. Therefore, they devoted themselves to this project with great enthusiasm. The defenders of Lola had no choice but to risk going out of the city to attack the enemy several times, trying to destroy the wooden fence and the mound. However, they were all repelled by the army led by Xanaparis, who was already prepared. Not only did they fail, but they also caused the small number of defenders to suffer considerable losses. The defenders of Lola could only watch as the mound got closer and higher. Not only was it close to the trench, but its highest height was almost equal to the top of the city wall. Xanaparis no longer needed the wooden fence. Instead, he directly sent more than 1,000 heavy infantry and light infantry of Dionia to stand on the mound and shoot at the defenders from a distance of more than 10 meters. Although there were many casualties on both sides, the defenders of Lola, who only had 1/10 of the number of soldiers, could not withstand such a consumption. They had to repeatedly send messengers to great leader Segavani for urgent help. Regarding Xanaparis's decision to attack Lola today, the commander of the Campanian alliance, Iolos, was a little hesitant. The mound we built is not close to the city wall yet. Isn't it too hasty to attack now? Why don't we wait for another day? Xanaparis patiently explained to him. Our king Devers once said something to the senior generals of the kingdom of Dionia. He said, when fighting a powerful enemy, do not rashly seek a decisive battle, but carefully look for opportunities. But once you obtain an important victory or the enemy shows an obvious flaw, you must continue to attack quickly, not give the enemy a chance to breathe, and completely disrupt the enemy's entire deployment. Now that the main force of the Samanai alliance has been attracted to Beneventum, Lola and Caesura are only garrisoned by more than 1,000 enemies. They think that they can defend for a long time with this small number of people, but they obviously underestimated the siege ability of Dionia. We should quickly attack Lola before they react, and let the overall situation of the war be more favorable to us. Besides, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. So far, we have the blessing of the gods. The weather has been good for the past few days, and it looks like it will be a sunny day today. But if there is a sudden downpour tomorrow, it is very likely that our mound will be washed away and the hard work of the soldiers and citizens will be wasted. Most importantly, it will delay the opportunity to attack. So, we should seize the opportunity while Hades is still protecting us. Also, according to our usual siege training experience, when the earthen hill is approaching the city wall, it is also the most difficult time. The enemy's defense will only be tighter. In order to speed up the progress and reduce casualties, we must rely on fierce attacks to force them to reduce their attacks on the earthen hill so that we can finish the siege faster. Xanaparis's serious explanation convinced the generals of the Campanian alliance, and they unanimously agreed to attack Lola today. The next step was to discuss the attack plan. Xanaparis had already thought about this. The southern wall of Lola is where the mound is, and it is the focus of the attack. I suggest using a heavy infantry battalion and a light infantry battalion from Dionia, plus 1,000 light infantry and 1,000 heavy infantry from Campania, a total of 4,000 people to attack here. Iolos nodded and said, I agree with General Xanaparis. The 2,000 Campanian soldiers will be sent from Naples. Xanaparis continued, I suggest that we use the siege equipment we made in the past few days to attack the western wall of Lola. Since the Dionia soldiers are proficient in using these equipment, a heavy infantry battalion from Dionia will be the main attacker, and 1,000 Campanian soldiers will be added as support. Also, 2,000 soldiers from the eastern and northern walls should be arranged to attack with ladders, using this to disperse the few enemies in Lola and weaken their defense. Finally, there will be a light infantry battalion from Dionia and 1,000 Campanian soldiers left. I suggest that they be used as the reserve force for the final assault. As soon as Xanaparis finished, Iolos said, I think General Xanaparis's plan is very good. Naples is willing to send 1,000 soldiers to attack the western wall, while another 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers attack the northern wall. The remaining 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers will be used as the reserve force, according to General Xanaparis's suggestion. The rest of the soldiers will be filled by the soldiers of your city. Iolos spoke to Xanaparis with respect, but he spoke to the other generals of the Campanian alliance with a somewhat commanding tone. Only then did Xanaparis realize that Naples was the leader of the Campania alliance. As a military general, he did not think too much about it. Instead, He felt that having Iolaus in charge of the generals of the Campania alliance saved him a lot of time as well as a lot of words. Once the plan was confirmed, it was implemented immediately. The first to move were the soldiers of the allied army outside Lola. This was because the people were already prepared. They carried sacks full of soil and prepared to complete the final closing of the hill and the city wall. Of course, this was also the most difficult moment. Although it was called a hill, it was actually a large inclined causeway. According to the design of the Dionia engineers, the slope was only about 20 degrees. It was relatively gentle and extended from 40 meters to the city wall. Because of the wooden support and the compacted soil as flesh and blood, it was not easy for the soldiers to slip and collapse when they stepped on it. More than 200 Dionia heavy infantrymen, each holding a long shield in their left and right hands, climbed up the hill in 2 rows and advanced toward the city wall. The defending soldiers immediately launched long-range attacks, mainly javelins. The double-sided shields of the Dionia soldiers protected themselves tightly, but even so, there were still soldiers who were injured after the javelins penetrated the shields. Behind them, new heavy infantrymen would step forward to fill the gap in the formation at any time. The light infantrymen behind the Dionia heavy infantrymen also attacked the top of the city wall. Not only did they throw javelins, but they also shot arrows. After all, the defenders at the top of the city wall did not have thick protection like the heavy infantrymen of Dionia. Although some of them were also wearing armor, at least half of them were light infantrymen, and arrows could cause damage to them. When the heavy infantrymen reached the top of the hill, they squatted down and raised their double-sided shields, forming a closely arranged shield wall. The height of the shield wall was almost the same as the opposite wall, and the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Naturally, the attacks from the defenders at the top of the city wall were more fierce. The light infantrymen of Dionia fought back equally fiercely because they had to suppress the attacks from the top of the city wall and protect the safety of their comrades. Within a distance of 10 meters, javelins and arrows constantly crisscrossed and collided in the air from time to time. Screams of pain could be heard from both sides, and some soldiers were injured and fell to the ground. On both sides of the hill, 1,000 Campanian light infantrymen quickly approached the front of the trench while the defenders' attention was attracted by the hill. They attacked the enemies at the top of the city wall to relieve the pressure on their allies on the hill. At this time, the people carrying the soil bags on their backs lined up in a column, bowed their heads, and ran quickly to the top of the hill despite the danger of being hit by the incoming javelins and arrows. At the top of the hill, there was a gap of more than one person between the heavy infantrymen and the light infantrymen of Dionia, thus forming a passage that led directly to the top of the hill. When the people reached the shield wall, the heavy infantrymen on both sides would raise their shields a little higher, leaving a gap at the bottom for the people to push the soil bags down the hill. Then, the empty-handed people would turn back and run down the hill. Countless soil bags continued to roll down the valley formed between the city wall and the hill. Occasionally, the injured soldiers of Dionia and Laura's defenders would fall into the valley, but before they could climb out, they were quickly buried by the soil bags and became a cornerstone of the man-made hill. Not only were the people moving up and down the hill, but the light and heavy infantrymen of Dionia were also constantly taking turns because of their stamina, injuries, and the replenishment of their javelins and arrows. At the bottom of the hill, the medical camp was rapidly giving emergency treatment to the injured people and soldiers. Such a busy but relatively orderly and tense scene was reflected in the eyes of the Neapolitan general, Iolaus, who was at the back. He could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia had turned the tragic siege into an orderly, lively, and efficient construction project. This was not something that any Greek city-state could do. The military power of the Kingdom of Dionia was too terrifying. Chapter 876. At the same time, Iolaus also noticed that the attacks of the defenders on the city wall were weakening. Obviously, the Laura warriors who were defending the city wall had never encountered such a siege method. Although they still had the upper hand in the long-range attacks of both sides with the protection of the battlements, the increase in the number of injured also made them feel a lot of pressure. The enemy is a little messed up. he said to Xanaparis, who was also observing the enemy from the rear with a joyful expression. This is a good thing. It can reduce the casualties of the soldiers and civilians. But the hardest battle has yet to come, Xanaparis said calmly. Ilos understood what Xanaparis meant by the hardest battle. It was the face-to-face battle after the hills and walls were closed. Compared to the bustling battlefield in the south of the city, it was much quieter outside the west wall. First, a few hundred Campanian light infantrymen carried the arrowheads made by the carpenters of Dionia and braved the long-range attacks of the defenders on the walls to the trench. They opened the brackets behind the arrowheads and made them stand diagonally to provide cover for the light infantrymen. At the same time, they would shoot javelins and arrows through the gaps between the arrowheads to attack the defenders on the walls. While the defenders were being held back, the Ionian heavy infantry pushed out siege wagons one by one. The engineers of the Legion of Dionysia instructed the carpenters of Annona and Campania to make these hollow wooden wagons using the wood that the soldiers cut down from the forest. Just like how the soldiers of the Second Legion did when the Devers led the army to attack Rome, the wooden wagons were connected as they were pushed towards the walls all the way to the trench. Not only were the Allied soldiers surprised, but the defenders on the walls were also dumbfounded. There was no one on the wooden wagons, and the fired arrows could not ignite them. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Dionia quickly passed the sacks filled with soil in the wagons and quickly filled up the narrow trench in front of them. Then, one by one, the wooden carts continued to push forward until they reached the city wall. This created 2 tunnels from the city wall to 40 meters away. The soldiers at the back immediately carried a large log with an iron all-shaped battering ram. The battering ram was passed around by the soldiers until it reached the bottom of the city wall. 6 soldiers carried it and used all their strength to ram it against the city wall. The hard hammerhead fiercely struck the stone wall that had not been repaired for many years. Stone shattered, mud and soil fell, and the stone wall cracked. The trembling of the city walls caused the guards on top of the city walls to panic. They increased the intensity of their attacks. Stones and wood were smashed down, oil was poured, and fire arrows were fired. However, the carriages closest to the city wall were specially made to be exceptionally sturdy. Not only did the craftsmen reinforce the entire frame of the carriages, but they also adopted a herringbone structure on the roof to facilitate unloading. Furthermore, bags of soil soaked in water were tied to the top of the carriages, so they were not easily ignited. Therefore, the soldiers could safely ram against the city wall. When the siege hammers broke through the outer layer of the stone wall, the rammed earth layer was exposed. The soldiers picked up the pickaxes and shovels and began to dig out the stones around the gap. They expanded the hole in the wall and continued to dig out the rammed earth inside. The defense of the west and south city walls alone had already put a lot of pressure on Lola's troops, not to mention that the Allied forces were also attacking from the east and north. In order to defend the city, the Lola people mobilized all the people in the city who could fight, including the women, to defend the city. The South City was the fiercest battlefield. The battle lasted for half an hour. The arms of the Dionia light infantry were so sore that they could not lift them up. Their fingers were bleeding from pulling the bows. The heavy infantry that formed the shield wall had more than 300 casualties. The casualties among the civilians were not small either. However, a turning point finally appeared. The Lola guards had run out of javelins. In just half an hour, they had thrown thousands of javelins. In addition to the javelins that were thrown a few days ago to stop the Dionia people from building the earthen hill, all the javelins in the city had been used up, and the arrows were almost used up. As for the javelins thrown by the Dionia light infantry, they had specially made spearheads. The iron rods connected to the spearheads were very thin. After hitting hard objects, the rods would bend and could no longer be thrown. However, the iron spearheads at the front of the javelins could be quickly dismantled and replaced with new spearheads on the wooden rods at the back. Then, the javelins could be used again. However, it was obviously impossible for the Lola guards to do so. Therefore, the defenders could only throw stones and wood at their opponents. Since the shield wall of Dionia was 10 meters away from the top of the city wall, the heavy stones could not be thrown over. The ones that could be thrown over were more easily blocked by the long shields. Hence, the threat to the heavy infantry of Dionia was much smaller. Since the shield wall could continue to be stable, the civilians could throw the mud bags more quickly. Seeing that the valley was gradually filled up, the mud bags had risen to the feet of the heavy infantry of Dionia. They began to move forward carefully with their shields in order to make it easier for the civilians to fill up the pit in front of them. At this time, Aeolus at the bottom of the earthen hill was already gathering the 1,000 Campanian heavy infantry to replace the troops at the top of the hill. The bugles sounded, and the light infantry of Dionia quickly retreated to the foot of the hill. According to Xanappar's plan, Aeolus led the heavy infantry of Campania into more than a dozen columns and slowly marched up the earthen hill to facilitate the evacuation of the civilians and the heavy infantry of Dionia. The heavy infantry of Campania wore Corinth helmets and held large copper shields. They had a narrow field of vision and clumsy movements. Climbing the hill was a difficult task for them. Fortunately, the slope of the earthen hill was gentle, so it did not affect their march too much. Without the assistance of the light infantry, the heavy infantry of Dionia, who formed a shield formation on the top of the earthen hill, moved closer to the city wall. The attacks became fiercer. Some Lola warriors even climbed over the battlements and jumped onto the earthen hill that had almost been filled up. With spears in their hands, they directly attacked the heavy infantry of Dionia. During this long period of defending the city, the defenders of Lola had seen clearly that these Dionia soldiers did not carry spears at all because they held shields in both hands. So the Lola warriors stepped on the bumpy dirt bags one step at a time. They directly used their bodies to knock down the shields and even knock down the enemies. Then they stabbed the spears in their hands. The shield wall formed by 2 rows of heavy infantry of Dionia became fragmented. When the civilians fled in panic, the officers of Dionia shouted, "Do not retreat. Throw away the shield and change it for a dagger." In fact, there was no need for them to shout. The soldiers had already done so. These reserve soldiers from the Lacanian mountains had previously endured the enemy's long-range attacks and watched as hundreds of their comrades were killed or injured. Just now, the sudden direct attack of the enemy had caused dozens of casualties. They were all Lacanians who grew up after the establishment of the Kingdom of Dionia. Although the cultural integration of the kingdom had weakened their wildness, military training had taught them teamwork and comradeship. With the anger of avenging their comrades, they held daggers and shields and fought fiercely with the defenders of Lola. However, the bugle that represented retreat of Dionia was blown at this time. Although the soldiers were unwilling, they had to obey the order. The Lola warriors did not continue to chase after them because they saw the tin cans coming up, so they ran back and jumped over the city wall. On this earthen hill that was more than 50 meters wide, the Campanian heavy infantry slowly approached the defenders at the top of the city wall. They gradually formed a dense formation and were only 1 battlement away from the defenders. Although the spears could easily pierce the enemy, they could not use the charge and ram that the heavy infantry were good at. Hence, their power was greatly reduced. The bugles sounded continuously. The Campanian heavy infantry on the earthen hill, under the leadership of Aeolus, began to fight fiercely with the enemy. To be honest, the Campanians rarely had such a good opportunity to fight face-to-face with the Simonians. That was because the Simonians always used javelins to kill and injure the Campanian soldiers before retreating and luring them to chase after them. In the process of retreating, the Simonians would take advantage of the enemy's slow movement and repeatedly attack with javelins until the enemy's formation was completely chaotic. Then, the armored infantry would break through and completely defeat the enemy. This was a tried and tested tactic. The continuous failures had terrified the Campanians so much so that they did not even dare to go out of the city to fight in the field. Today, they finally had the chance to take revenge. The Campanian soldiers roared loudly and stabbed the enemy with their spears. As the defenders of the city, the Lola defenders certainly could not adopt the guerrilla tactics that worked in the past. They could only face the enemy head-on. They let the armored warriors block the battlement, and the light infantry behind them formed a dense formation in the walkway to fight against the Campanian heavy infantry. In order to be able to fight against the enemy, they also transferred some of the defenders on the west wall because they thought that the battle on the west side was relatively calm. Even if there were not many defenders, they would be able to handle it. However, shortly after some of the defenders on the west wall were transferred away, there was bad news. There were 2 collapses on the west wall. It was all thanks to the Dionysus soldiers in the siege wagons. They dug out the stone walls and rammed earth at the bottom of the wall, destroying the foundation of the wall, causing the already unstable wall to collapse due to gravity. The scattered stones even injured a few Dionysus soldiers who did not manage to retreat in time. The loud rumble and the rising morning mist not only shocked the Lola defenders, but also the Campanian soldiers. When they saw the unique, slow way of attacking the city by the Dionysus soldiers, they could not help but despise them, thinking that it was time-consuming and laborious. Some soldiers even said disdainfully, "They say that the Dionia are brave in battle, but it seems that they are also afraid of death. They only know how to hide in wooden boxes." And now, the tragic fate of the city wall had given them a loud slap in the face. Of course, they did not know that in the various military camps in the kingdom of Dionia, the soldiers would not only build a section of the city wall to train their ability to build a city, they would also train how to break through the wall in the next training session. Therefore, the Dionysus soldiers were not digging randomly, but destroying the structure of the city wall with purpose and efficiency. Library of Literature. Chapter 877. Attack. Attack now. The officers of Campania hurried the soldiers who were distracted. The Dionia heavy infantry, who had long been prepared, were already shouting excitedly. They covered their heads with their long shields, blocking the stones, and would hurriedly thrown down by the defenders at the top of the city wall and rushed to one of the gaps in the city wall in a loose formation. The Campanian light infantry in front of the trench also stepped up their attacks on the city wall. After the city wall collapsed downwards, a slope was formed on both sides of the gap. The Dionysus soldiers stepped on the rubble and hurriedly jumped onto the gap that could only allow 3 people to pass through. When the defenders of Lola's southern city wall saw that the city wall had collapsed, they immediately sent some soldiers down the city wall to block it. In close combat, the Dionysus soldiers with daggers had the advantage, but the Lola warriors were not afraid of casualties in order to protect their homeland. The narrow gap made it difficult for the Dionysus soldiers to make progress in a short period of time despite their fierce attacks. Woo! Just as the Dionysus soldiers and the Campanian soldiers poured into the 2 gaps in the city wall, the bugle signal for the attack was blown outside the western city wall. The Campanian light infantry in front of the trench immediately put down the arrowheads and laid them on the trench that was only 3 meters wide. The rest of the coalition soldiers carried ladders and rushed up from the rear. Stepping on the wooden bridges made of the arrowheads, they easily bypassed the sparsely placed antlers and put the ladders on the wall. Some of the original western city defenders were sent to reinforce the southern city, and some rushed down the city to block the gap. There were not many soldiers left on the city wall, and they had to help attack the enemy at the gap. They could not deal much damage to the enemy near the city wall, and it was difficult to stop the enemy's ants from attacking the city, so they had to ask for help. But now that the Dionia coalition army in the southern city was attacking fiercely, the armored Lola warriors were not as good as the other party, and they could only barely hold on in a head-on battle. The defense of the eastern and northern city walls mainly relied on the people in the city. It was already a great sacrifice for them to be able to fight until now without being breached by the enemy. Now that the entire city of Lola was under attack from all sides, the whole city was in a tight situation and there were no extra troops to be sent. The battle lasted until noon. Xanaparis, who was watching the development of the battle outside the southern part of the city, received the good news he had been waiting for. The Allied army had taken over the western part of the city. Xanaparis breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Lola City was finally taken, although for him, this was the first time he led an army on his own after joining the Kingdom of Dionia. However, He had achieved such a great result in his first army battle. Perhaps in his lifetime, he might be able to realize his initial wish to become a real Legion commander and wash away his previous shame, referring to the case of Laodicean. At that time, he was an inspector in the Ministry of Military Affairs, but he did not do his job well, which led to a lack of supervision and allowed some incompetent officers to be promoted. But at the moment, he was a little unhappy. Since the siege of Lola City until now, the army he led had suffered more than 500 casualties. Although most of them were injured, for a team of only 4,000 people, this ratio was already very high, and he was afraid that he would be criticized later. So, he ordered the messenger, inform all the brigades after entering the city, do not advance too quickly, slow down the attack speed, pay attention to protect yourself, and reduce casualties. Recruits lack experience, so he could only keep reminding. Watching the messenger leave, Xanthoparis sighed softly, rubbed his old waist with his hand, and said, "Go get me a chair." The defense of Lola City was like an inflated pig's urine bubble. Once it was broken, it would quickly collapse. However, Xanthoparis' worries soon came true. The Lola garrison and people who retreated from the top of the city did not surrender. They still stubbornly blocked the Allied army's advance in the city. This angered the Allied army soldiers who had already paid a lot of casualties during the siege, especially the Campanian soldiers who had been poisoned by the Samoyed army. They not only increased the intensity of the attack, but also regarded men, women, old, and young as enemies in the city. The people of Lola were outnumbered, and there was no citadel in the city to carry out the final defense like in the Greek city-states. In the afternoon, almost all the people in Lola were killed in battle, and it was completely occupied by the Allied army. However, the leaders of the Allied army did not rejoice in victory, because an Beneventum spy brought them bad news. Thousands of Cautini warriors left Beneventum early in the morning and were marching west. The Allied army generals led by Xanthoparis and Iolaus immediately became nervous. They were worried that the Samoyed army was coming to rescue Lola. Fortunately, they no longer needed to worry about the order in Lola City being unstable. After a discussion, the Allied army generals decided to let the soldiers quickly rest and eat rations to restore their strength as soon as possible. The cleaning of the entire battlefield, the removal of the barracks outside the city, the inventory of the materials in the city were all handed over to the Annona officials. And at the same time, the people of Annona, Campania, and Arconia were in charge. In fact, this was tantamount to handing over the management of Lola City to Dionia. For the Campanians, there was nothing they could do. The Samoyed Allied army invaded on a large scale, slaughtered and captured a large number of Campanians, and destroyed towns and villages. Dozens of miles around the city of Naples was almost a wilderness. Now, the population of the Campanian alliance was not enough to fill the wastelands, so there was no way they would covet the land in the eastern plains of Campania. Moreover, this place was close to the mountains, and it was more likely to be attacked by the Samoyed. Therefore, the people of Dionia stationed here could instead become a security barrier for the Campanian alliance. For Dionia, after Legio III defeated the Cautini invasion of the Campanian alliance, they had formulated a punishment plan to occupy Lola, Caesarea, and Capua. Now, they were just picking up this plan again. On one hand, Adrianx sent the Annona officials to lead the people here to help the Allied army attack the city, and on the other hand, he had the idea of quickly taking over the city after conquering Lola. The kingdom of Dionia and the Campanian alliance reached a tacit understanding in silence, each taking what they needed. But now, the Samni reinforcements that could arrive at any time were likely to make the victory that they exchanged with the blood of their soldiers go up in smoke. Fortunately, the distance from Beneventum to Lola was more than 90 miles, and half of it was mountain roads. So, several generals of the Campanian alliance believed that it was impossible for the Cautini to reach Lola within a day. As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. At dusk, the scouts sent to the north to keep a close eye on the enemy's movement hurried back to report that a Samni army had left the Abella Pass and was heading towards Lola. There were about 10,000 of them. The generals of the Campanian alliance were shocked when they heard the news. They heard from the Abenelum scouts that the enemy only had a few thousand people. How did it become 10,000 in just a few hours? Immediately, one of the generals expressed his doubts. Did you properly check the number of the enemy? I want you to confirm it again. Another general suggested. The Salmoni are coming fiercely, and our soldiers have just gone through a fierce battle. Not only are they very tired, but they have also suffered some casualties. We urgently need to rest and reorganize. Now that the walls of Lola are broken, we can't hold on. Why don't we lead the army to retreat first and fight again when we are fully prepared? His suggestion received the approval of several generals. Even Iolaus appeared hesitant, unable to make a decision. He could only look at Xanaparis. Xanaparis looked around at the generals of the Campanian alliance. He knew that although they had conquered the city of Lola and won a victory against the Salmoni, the Campanian alliance's repeated failures against the Salmoni for decades had made them fear the Salmoni. Once the situation was unfavorable, the first thing they would think of was to retreat. He must give them the courage to fight. Xanaparis pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Everyone, if we're going to retreat, there are a few problems that you have to consider first. First, what about these tens of thousands of people? They're not soldiers. They are young, strong, and disciplined. There are many old people and women among them. They move slowly and lack organization. Once they retreat, the scene will definitely be chaotic. The Salmoni army is so fast. Once they catch up, it will be a disaster. Second, the war started by the Salmoni has caused great losses to the Campanian alliance. We have finally conquered Lola, and we're about to block the Salmoni in the mountains, preventing them from invading again. Now we have to give up on Lola. Once we give it up, it will not be so easy to recapture it again. The Salmoni will definitely learn from this lesson and deploy enough soldiers here. This will lead to a stalemate. The main force of our Dionysian army is fighting in the east, in the mountains. That is the homeland of the Salmoni. The battle will be difficult, and we will not be able to achieve any results in a short time. There will also be no new reinforcements here, because the kingdom is also fighting a bigger war in Sicily and Latin. Chapter 878. Xanaparis' sincere words greatly touched the generals of the Campanian alliance. People like Iolaus immediately thought of the predicament of Naples. There were too many refugees in the city, there was a lack of food, and it was difficult to maintain order. What they were most afraid of was the outbreak of a plague. The generals of cities like Herculaneum and Rhytrum were eager to lead their people back to their homes, but their cities were in ruins. If the Simonians attacked again, they would not be able to defend themselves. Would they have to continue hiding in Naples? Not only would the people find it hard to bear, but the militias under them would also oppose it. Seeing that the generals of the Campanian alliance were deep in thought, Xanaparis said, "Our soldiers are indeed a little tired after a tough battle, but at least they have time to rest. But aren't the Simonians tired after coming from afar? It took them one day to get here from Beneventum. I'm afraid they didn't rest much on the way. They must be even more tired than our soldiers. Can they still run like the wind and battle like before? Furthermore, our soldiers have just conquered Lola, and their confidence has been boosted. The Simonians are worried about Lola, so their morale is not as high as ours. Furthermore, even if the Simonians have 10,000 reinforcements, we still outnumber them. Don't forget that there are more than 2,000 warriors from Niconia in their army. The spies from Abenelum have already said that they have secretly contacted the commander of Niconia's army. So, these 2,000 Niconia warriors are not allies of the Simonians' reinforcements. They are here to help us at a critical moment." Xanaparis' mood became high. "Everyone, we have so many advantages. We should seize this opportunity to take the initiative to attack the enemies, defeat them, and completely drive them out of the Campanian plains. Let the people of the Campanian alliance enjoy peace and tranquility." Xanaparis' words made most of the generals feel excited, and their doubts were gone. But there were also people who objected. Can the words of the Abenelum be trusted? The Simonians and the Campanians have been fighting for decades. Both sides regarded each other as mortal enemies. How could they be trusted so easily? Before Xanaparis could answer, Ialos said, "The Abenelum helped General Alexis defeat Samonet's army in the mountains, and now they are besieging Benvenum. Why can't they be trusted? The Abenelum is an ally of Dionia, so of course they are our friends. The same goes for the Naconians. Don't forget, we were able to conquer Lola City thanks to them." In fact, it was not that the Naconians did not clash with the Campanians in Lola. It was just that the Annona officials tried their best to isolate the Campanians from each other and reduce their contact. For example, the Naconians were responsible for trimming the trunks and digging the soil. They were not allowed to participate in the construction of the hill. At night, the Campanians were allowed to rest in the southern part of Naconia. Of course, another reason for this was to prevent the Lola garrison from seeing the close relationship between the Naconians and Dionia. The general stopped talking. Ialos looked at Xanaparis and asked solemnly, "If we do as you said and lead the army to welcome the Simonians' reinforcements, can we win?" Xanaparis replied solemnly, "As long as we fight with all our strength, we will win." Ialos's previous concern was that once the allied forces were defeated, it would be difficult for the slow-moving Campanian heavy infantry to escape the pursuit of the Samni. By then, the situation of the Campanian alliance would become even worse than before. However, he had personally participated in the 2 battles of the Dionysian army on the Campanian plains. He was also impressed by Dionia's powerful military capabilities. Therefore, Xanaparis' affirmation gave him confidence. He faced the generals of the Campanian alliance and said loudly, "Everyone, with the full help of the Dionia alliance, we will definitely defeat the Simonians. Don't hesitate anymore. Gather the soldiers immediately and fight the enemy. Drive them out of the Campanian plains." This time, no one objected. When the Dionia allied forces lined up outside the city of Lola early in the morning, the defenders of Lola felt that something was wrong. They let a small team sneak out of the city. After paying the price of many casualties, they fled into the mountains from the southeast hilly area and escaped the encirclement. Then, they rushed to Beneventum to ask for help. At noon, they happened to meet Segavani's returning army at the entrance of the mountain road leading from Caudium to Beneventum. When Segavani learned that Lola was in danger, he did not hesitate to give the order to speed up. At the same time, he also sent spies to inform Caesura. Just like that, Caudium's army left the mountains and entered Caudium's territory. They did not enter the city to rest at all. Instead, they continued to march forward, passing through the relatively wide pass between the mountains and arriving at Abella. Here, they met up with the 1,300 warriors sent by Caesura, bringing the total force to more than 9,000 people. This was already the largest force that the Caudium tribe could send at present. This army walked out of the pass and entered the Campanian plains. They went around the mountains and turned south, heading straight for Lola. Although the road from Caudium to Lola was flat, a day's march still made the Samonese mountain people, who were good at running and full of energy, feel tired. Many tribal leaders asked Segavani to let the warriors rest for a while. However, Segavani refused. From the descriptions of several Lola messengers, he had already realized the determination of the Dionia Campanian alliance to attack Lola. He had to go and reinforce as soon as possible to prevent this town, which was very important to the Caudium tribe, from being controlled by the Dionia. This meant that the southern part of the Caudium territory would be cut off, which he could not allow. About 10 miles away from Lola, Segavani received a report from a spy sent to Lola. "The enemy's army is coming out of Lola and coming towards us. There are many soldiers. Are you sure the enemy came out of Lola?" Segavani was in disbelief. "Great leader, when we approached Lola, the battle had already ended. We only saw many Campanians carrying corpses outside the city. The enemy did come out of Lola's north gate. They were dressed neatly, and it didn't seem like a battle had just ended," the Caudium spy said with a sorrowful expression. Segavani was shocked. Although he led the army to help, he did not think that the Dionia alliance could take down Lola, which was defended by thousands of Caudium warriors in just a few days. However, the situation had developed beyond his expectations. He only pondered for a while before viciously saying to the bewildered leaders, "Haven't we always complained? If the Campanians didn't hide in the city like turtles, not daring to fight us, we would have occupied the entire Campanian plains long ago. Now the chance has come. Those cowardly Campanians actually dare to attack us. Do they really think that with the help of the Dionia, they can turn from a bunch of rabbits into vicious wolves? Their numbers are about the same as ours, and they have just finished attacking the city, so they came at the right time. We can completely eliminate them. Not only can we take back Lola, but the entire Campanian plains will no longer be able to stop us. The entire situation of the battlefield will be changed by us, the Caudium people." Segavani's words ignited the leaders' fighting spirit, and they all clamored to fight the enemy to the death. Thus, the leaders carried out the order of all troops stop advancing, rest on the spot, and start getting into formation. Before this, Vasank had been anxious. He originally thought that the Caudium army would rest in Caudium after walking through the mountain road. He did not expect them to go straight to Lola, so he could only quietly send his subordinates to inform the other Naconian leaders that the Naconians had broken away from Segavani's control and formed an alliance with Dionia. Now that he received the news that they were going to fight the Campanians, the entire army had to start getting into formation. Vasank became even more anxious. This was because Segavani had also forcefully ordered the Naconian tribes to immediately disperse to their designated positions in the formation, without any refusal or delay. The designated positions that Segavani was referring to were to place the troops of the Naconia tribes on the left, center, and right front or rear of the entire army formation. This way, they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other during battle and wouldn't be able to cooperate with each other. In fact, the Naconian army was now a hot potato for Segavani. With what he had done in his territory, and now that Dionia had occupied Naconia, he thought that Naconia was occupied by Dionia. If the Naconia army knew the truth, they would definitely rebel. In Segavani's opinion, it was best to completely separate them and force them into the armies of other tribes. This would, of course, incite the Naconian army to resist. It was not that Segavani did not try this at first. When the Samanai coalition met in Beneventum, he had made this suggestion to the leaders of several other tribes, wanting to use the advantage of the coalition to suppress the resistance of the Naconian warriors and take the opportunity to separate them. However, this suggestion was opposed by Bardani and Contric, especially Contric, who harshly rebuked this idea. He believed that it was Quinduk's fault for colluding with foreign enemies, and he and his tribe had already been punished. The other Naconian warriors had performed so valiantly in battle. The Naconian army was always at the forefront under Segavani's command, that it was enough to make up for their past mistakes. Moreover, it was the Samanai military tradition for the tribal leaders to lead their people into battle. Breaking this tradition would only make other tribes feel fear. Literary Library. Chapter 879. Controni's words were exactly what Segavani was worried about. Then, when he privately discussed with other Cautini leaders who were close to him, he also encountered strong opposition, so he could only give up. However, the situation changed so quickly that he did not have time to think of a better way to solve the problem of Naconia's army. He was the one who spread the rumors in Beneventum to achieve the purpose of misleading the public. Although it seemed to be effective, it was only a temporary measure. It was also a temporary measure to disperse the Naconian army in the formation. But if he did not send them out to fight, where would he put the more than 2,000 Naconian warriors? Cautini or Abella? This would only make Segavani even more worried. He firmly believed that only under such an arrangement would the Naconian warriors fight bravely and not dare to act recklessly. The truth was indeed like this. The reason why Vasank was anxious was that the Naconian army seemed to be a whole, but in fact, there was no leader who could convince everyone and make them listen to orders. Everyone was elected at the last minute, young people who led troops for the first time. No one had much prestige, including Vasank, although they knew that Segavani's order was disadvantageous to them. The Naconian army was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and surrounded by the warriors of other tribes. No young Naconian commander had the confidence and courage to stand up, wave his arm, and then all the Naconian warriors would obey the order and rebel. Therefore, although the Naconian generals expressed their opposition, in the end, they reluctantly obeyed the order and led their troops away. Once they were separated, it was impossible for them to communicate with each other during the battle, let alone act as one. Vaisonk saw that things were not going well, so he could only curse the cruel and cunning Segovani in his heart and wait for an opportunity. Segovani adopted the traditional battle method of the Samanai against the Greek army. The horizontal row of the army was very long, at least 3 miles long, and the length of the column was not short either. This was because the Samanai army was very loose, and the distance between the warriors was very large, so it was easy for them to pass through each other. At dusk, when the sun had already set above the western sea and dyed the sky and sea golden, the enemy figures appeared in Segovani's field of vision. Their thick armor shone under the setting sun, emitting a flickering but not glaring light. This wall of light did not make Segovani and his soldiers feel fear. Instead, they felt relieved because they had defeated such opponents countless times in the past. It was just that the length of the enemy's formation exceeded Segovani's expectations. It stretched to both sides, making it impossible for Segovani to see either end. This was different from the Campanian army's dense and thick phalanx tactics. Is this the way the Daionia people fight? Segovani muttered to himself. Although he had fought with the Daionia once, it was a chase. The two sides had not officially engaged in a battle. However, he could see that the enemy's soldiers were still arranged densely, which meant that the enemy's formation was definitely thin. Of course, Segovani could guess why the enemy had arranged their formation before arriving at the battlefield. Clearly, the Campanians had learned their lesson from the past. The clumsy Campanian army would always be attacked from a distance by the swift Chiutini soldiers when they were in formation. Segovani hesitated for a moment, but he still decided not to rashly adjust his deployment. He would first probe and observe the situation. The allied Dionians halted their advance when they were less than 400 meters away from the enemy. The army, which was 2 miles long, but only had 3 horizontal rows, had become crooked after advancing for a certain distance. It was necessary to straighten the battle line before the battle began. There were more than 6,000 heavy infantry in the middle of this formation, including about 1,500 soldiers from Dionia's reserve corps, and 3,000 light armor and light infantry, including the Daionia Light Infantry Brigade, connected on both sides. On both sides were 500 light armor soldiers from Daionia. In addition, there were more than 200 Campanian cavalry on the outermost left flank. The total force was about 11,400. Dionia's opponent, Chiutini, had a total force of more than 9,000 soldiers. The formation was 3 miles long, and most of them were light infantry. These light infantry were also divided into 2 types, pure javelin throwers and light infantry with long shields. They could throw javelins and fight with spears. They formed the main part of Chiutini's formation. Only the rear of the middle was nearly 1,000 armored infantry led by Segovani himself. Chiutini and the Campania alliance had been mortal enemies for decades. Today, at the edge of the eastern plains of Campania, both sides had used all their forces and were about to engage in a battle that would determine their respective fates. But just as the Daionia coalition army stopped and began to reorganize their formation, Segovani had already given the order. The light infantry in the middle of Chiutini's formation began to advance. As the middle moved, the left and right flanks moved one after another. The movement of Chiutini's formation was different from the heavy and slow movement of the Greek army. It was very fast. Ilos was well aware of this. As the commander of the Neapolitan army, he stood at the front of the formation. Xanaparis had advised him to not personally go to the front line, but to command the overall situation from the rear, but he had tactfully refused. Most of the generals elected by the Greek city-states often went to the front line during battles to show that there was no difference in status between them and the soldiers. This was to avoid being criticized by the citizens after the battle. Naples was no exception, especially at such an important moment. At this moment, he did not hesitate to take off his Corinth helmet and throw it on the ground. The other Campanian heavy infantry followed Ialos's example and took off their Corinth helmets according to the plan. Everyone felt their vision widen and their bodies become much more relaxed. Only the Dionia heavy infantry did not take off their helmets because they were wearing open helmets. Ialos looked around, raised the spear in his hand, and shouted, "Apollo bless us! We must pursue them courageously and never stop." The surrounding soldiers and officers also shouted, "Pursue them courageously and never stop." When Chietini's army was about 50 meters away, all the soldiers of the Dionia coalition army were shouting, and their fighting spirit was very high. Xanaparis, who was riding in the rear, heard the thunderous roar and calmed down a lot. "Attack," he said loudly. "Woo!" The sonorous sound of the bugle made the entire long line of soldiers, whether it was heavy infantry, light armored soldiers, or cavalry, start to march forward. The sudden movement of the Dionia coalition army did not affect the frontmost soldiers of Chietini's army. As usual, they stopped at a suitable distance, threw the javelins in their hands, and then prepared to retreat through the gap. This way, the soldiers at the back would be in the front, and they would continue to throw the javelins. This repeated, so that even if the enemy was advancing, they would always keep a distance from the enemy, and the javelins would continue to be thrown, causing great damage to the enemy's dense phalanx. In the past, the Campanian coalition army had not gone through special training, and neither did they have light infantry that could compete with them, nor did they have special tactics designed for independent light infantry. The temporarily recruited civilian light infantry could not fight against the powerful Chietini javelin gunners, so after 3 or 4 rounds of throwing, the Campanian coalition army had to stop moving forward. Then, the Chietini warriors immediately turned from retreat to attack, throwing wave after wave of javelins. By the time they ran out of javelins, the Campanians had basically fallen into chaos due to the large number of casualties. Then, the armored infantry of Chietini and the lightly armed infantry with spears would make the final charge, and they would usually be routed at the first touch and win the battle. But now, the Chietini soldiers were surprised to see that the heavy infantry on the opposite side had quickened their pace, and they were getting faster and faster. Are they going to charge? Don't they know that it's impossible for us to fight them head-on, and with their cumbersome speed, they can't possibly catch up to us? Although the Chietini warriors were surprised, as the distance closed, they had no choice but to move to the rear. Their first round of javelins, according to their habit, were thrown slightly upwards due to the distance, more than 30 meters. This way, the javelins could fly a longer distance and land in the middle and rear of the enemy's formation. This would cause chaos in the entire formation and cause the front and rear to fall apart, making it easier for the next attack. However, the sudden increase in speed and the thinness of the enemy's formation caused most of the javelins to miss. The heavy infantry of the Allied army, who had dodged the javelins, became even more confident. They raised their shields diagonally to protect their heads, and their footsteps became stronger and faster. This quickly shortened the distance between the two sides to less than 20 meters, and the Chietini soldiers who threw the javelins did not even have time to fully prepare. They hurriedly threw the javelins in their hands. The 500 Iconian soldiers, led by Vassin, were part of the second wave of attack. They had all received a hint from Vassin beforehand, so most of the soldiers simply threw the javelins into the air and immediately retreated. However, the momentum of the Greek heavy infantry's desperate charge made Vassin's mind spin. Even though the Chietini warriors hurriedly threw the javelins, their rich experience allowed them to throw the javelins in a straight line. Countless heavy javelins were thrown by the powerful arm strength of the warriors, and with the help of the leather ropes, they spun as they flew, stabbing straight at the shields of the heavy infantry. Many of the javelins directly penetrated the shields, causing some of the heavy infantry to be injured. Chapter 880. But this did not stop the Greek heavy infantry from advancing. Instead, they were forced to sprint forward desperately. They all remembered the words their officers had warned them before the battle. You have to charge forward regardless of your physical strength. As long as you catch up with the cowardly Kayutini enemies and make them unable to throw their javelins, we will be safe. The third wave of javelins from the Kayutini army did not come immediately because the distance was too close. Not to mention that there was no time to throw. They did not even have time to change positions with the warriors who had just thrown their javelins. After the battle began, the Kayutini warriors and even the Samanese warriors, under the leadership of their tribal leaders, generally followed the traditional battle routine, but their movements were basically free. They could choose whether to attack or retreat according to the changes in the battlefield. Because their formation was very loose and the spacing was relatively large, the entire army was flexible during the battle. Now all the Kayutini warriors, including Segavani, began to turn around and run. They were not afraid of such an attack from the enemy, because they firmly believed that the Greeks could not outrun them. Once they opened up the distance, and the Greeks had no physical strength, it would be time for them to attack at will. Compared to the heavy infantry in the middle, the light infantry on the flanks sprinted even faster. The Kayutini warriors only threw the first round of javelins, and after causing some damage, they had no choice but to retreat. In fact, in terms of the equipment of both sides, they could completely rush up and fight the other side, but due to the habit of fighting for a long time, using javelins to cause confusion before engaging in close combat, and the fear of being surrounded by the enemy after being entangled, these tribal leaders were not so selfless as to let their own warriors attract the enemy for others. As for the light armored soldiers on both ends of the army, there were no Campanian warriors in front of them. These citizens of Dionia from the Lacanian mountains ran with their strong legs to their heart's content without the enemy's obstruction. In fact, their position was almost at the same level as the frontline Kayutini warriors on the inner side, but they did not turn inward to attack. Instead, they continued to move forward. The Campanian cavalry on the outside of the left wing was faster. The running warhorse had already brought them to the flank and rear of the Kayutini army, but they did not have the courage to directly intercept the hundreds of retreating enemies. Instead, they waved their lances and approached them from the side, trying to force them to go to the middle, thus blocking the enemy's path in other positions and delaying the retreat of the entire army. But after the Kayutini warriors threw their javelins and shot down more than a dozen cavalrymen, these Campanian cavalry no longer dared to approach the enemy. What was supposed to be a fierce battle had unexpectedly turned into a grand competition. On the long front line that was more than 3 miles long, be it the Dionian allied army or the Kautini warriors, all of them were running at full speed, causing the ground to rumble and dust to fly everywhere. After running for some time, the panting Dionian heavy infantry heard the officers' panting yell, "Throw! Throw away the shields! Throw away the shields!" They did as they were told without hesitation. Once the heaviest shield was thrown away, they only held the javelins in their hands. Their bodies instantly felt relaxed, and their speed was maintained. The distance between them and the Kayutini warriors was not widened. This was the original plan, and the Campanian heavy infantry was influenced by it. Under the leadership of the generals led by Ialos, they also threw away the shields in their hands. At first, the Campanian heavy infantry were not used to not wearing helmets and shields, but they gradually got used to it after running nonstop. The Kayutini warriors thought that the Greeks would stop as usual after a charge, but they did not expect that the enemy would not stop once they started running. Although they saw that the enemy had thrown away their helmets and shields, and logically speaking, this was the best time to attack with javelins, the distance between the two sides was too close. Throwing a javelin required some preparation time, and these few seconds could allow the enemy to reach them. When the entire army was retreating, no tribal leader would take the initiative to ask his people to stop and attack. They would only think, faster, faster. If they ran for a while longer, these iron cans would run out of energy. But in fact, the first to feel tired were the Kayutini warriors. They were in a hurry to rescue Lola. They had marched all the way without rest or food and were already very tired when they arrived. Coupled with the sudden nervous running, all the muscles in their bodies began to ache. The reason they still persisted was because of the tenacious nature of the Highlanders. In order to still be able to run, they also began to throw away the shields in their hands. Segavani never thought that the enemy, with the main force of the Campanians, would use such a method to fight, and they were still using the same method to deal with the enemy, which was different from before. When he felt his entire body aching and having difficulty breathing, and the guards around him were also panting like thunder, he suddenly realized that the enemy's strange attack method might have hit their weak spot. However, at this moment, it was impossible for him to stop the entire army in counterattack, because the battle had already begun. The entire army was running, and there was no way for them to pass down orders. The dizziness caused by fatigue and lack of blood to the brain made it impossible for Segavani to think carefully. He simply made up his mind. Let's see who can run first. After a period of running, the entire Dionia coalition army had become a huge crescent formation with the middle at the back and the two wings at the front. The formation was no longer continuous, and there were many gaps, especially in the middle. This worried Xanaparus' entourage, who was following closely behind the army. "General, if we continue to run like this, the gaps in the middle will widen. If the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, it will be troublesome. Should we order the light armor brigade to attack now?" Segavani could no longer command the entire Chiutini army, nor could Xanaparus, but he could still command the Dionia army, especially the light armor soldiers at the two ends, because he had been keeping in touch with them through scouts. His men kept an eye on the heavy infantry in front of them, while he, who was riding on his horse, kept an eye on the Cautini warriors in front of him. Their swaying backs and heavy footsteps as they ran made him feel that they were running with difficulty. And most importantly, the distance between them and the soldiers on his side never increased. It was obvious that his use of this tactic was effective. Both sides had exhausted their strength, but for the Chiutini warriors, they had lost the speed that gave the Campanian soldiers the most headaches. Therefore, he said confidently, "Don't worry, let them continue to chase." Xanaparus was not afraid that the Cautini warriors would stop and attack, because close combat was exactly what the Allied army hoped for. Even if they tore apart the Allied army's formation, he still believed that the final victory belonged to the Allied army, because his greatest confidence came from the 4,000 Lacanian reserve soldiers. They were all young citizens with strong bodies and had undergone rigorous training, and they were familiar with the Dionia army system. Their fighting spirit would not be shaken by the chaos of their allies, and instead, they could rely on their tight organization to gain an advantage in a chaotic battle. Moreover, Xanaparus had another hope, a hope that could completely change the course of the battle. Xanaparus' eyes searched through the densely packed Chiutini warriors in front of him. Everywhere was red. Which ones were the Naconian warriors? At this time, 500 warriors of the Evangum, the second largest tribe in Naconia, were in the middle of the middle left of the Chiutini army's formation. Vaisonk did not stay idle when he retreated. On one hand, he sent his men to gather the warriors to prevent them from running away, and on the other hand, he sent his men to deliver his signal. The continuous pursuit of the Dionia coalition army showed Vaisonk the Greeks' determination to fight, which was rarely seen in the past battles against the Campanians. He was worried that if the Chiutini army really lost the Dionia coalition army, they would lose the great opportunity to escape from Segavani's control. Since he could no longer contact the other Naconian tribes, he might as well go it alone. Vaisonk decided not to wait any longer. He took a deep breath, raised the spear in his hand in the air, and shouted angrily, "Naconians, revenge!" The guard around him, who were already prepared, immediately followed and shouted, "Naconians, revenge!" The other Naconian warriors followed suit. They shouted as they stabbed their spears at the warriors of the Cautini tribe nearby. Before the battle, the leaders of the neighboring tribes had secretly accepted Segavani's order to monitor and guard the Naconian tribe. However, after the battle started, the warriors were focused on retreating. Since the Dionia coalition army was in a hurry to catch up, they did not have the energy to care about anything else. At the same time, they gradually lost their guard against the Naconian warriors. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change. The Evangam warriors attacked in all directions and stabbed many of the Chiutini warriors. The other Chiutini warriors were shocked, but their first reaction was not to fight back. Instead, they wanted to avoid these crazy Naconian warriors and continue to retreat. They did not forget that there were still enemies behind them. However, they all dodged to the outside, which naturally blocked the retreat route of the warriors behind them, causing the suddenly chaotic area to spread out. The Chiutini warriors behind them were only blocked for 10 seconds before the allied army soldiers who were chasing them caught up and stabbed them with their spears. Chapter 881. The center of the Evangam tribe exploded, and the soldiers of the allied army attacked from the rear. Caught off guard, the Chiutini warriors fled in panic. Some of the warriors even warned the other tribes. The Naconians have betrayed us. The Naconians have rebelled. Mixed with the neat and loud shouts of the Evangam people. Revenge of the Naconians. Even though the sounds of fighting and screams were endless in this area, these sounds could still be heard by the other tribal warriors. While the Chiutini warriors were vigilant, the other Naconians were also informed of the situation, forcing them to take action immediately. Therefore, one after another, the Naconians rebelled and attacked the Chiutini warriors around them. Segavani had originally scattered the Naconian tribes around the army to prevent them from rebelling. At the same time, he forced them to fight for their own survival in the army. He did not expect to shoot himself in the foot. The sudden rebellion of the Naconian warriors had thrown the entire army of Chiutini into chaos. Xanaparis noticed the abnormality of the enemy's formation and took the opportunity to inform the light-armored soldiers on both sides to attack from the inside. Coupled with the attack of the allied soldiers who had caught up, the Chiutini army's original planned retreat quickly turned into a complete rout. Some of the Chiutini warriors, who were frightened by the constant news of the rebellion, began to be suspicious and stabbed at their teammates who had no intention of approaching them. Under the dim sky, the Chiutini warriors lost their fighting spirit. They trampled and killed each other on the way, causing countless casualties. When it was dark and the Dionia allied army stopped chasing, only about 2,000 Chiutini warriors managed to escape, including the great leader Segavani. They finally escaped into the city of Caesarea. The allied army lost less than 500 people, and they gained the support of more than 2,000 Naconians, increasing their strength again. Early the next morning, after a night of rest, the Dionia allied army divided into two groups and marched north. Their target was Caesarea and Abella. When it was almost noon, the army of the Campania alliance arrived at the foot of Caesarea, only to find that the city was empty. It turned out that after the remnants of Chiutini's army fled back to Caesarea, Segavani, who had calmed down a little, cursed the Naconians who had betrayed him and realized that he could not stay in the city any longer. When the enemy attacked, he only needed to divide part of his forces to surround Caesarea, which only had 2,000 soldiers left defending it. Then he could lead the main force to attack Abella, which was in the mountain pass and undefended, and then directly attack Cautim, which was also undefended. If that happened, Chiutini would be finished. That night, Segavani mobilized the entire city to relocate. Even though the Caesaralans were extremely reluctant, they did not want to repeat Lola's mistakes. Thus, everyone took their belongings and retreated to Abella and Cautim that very night. Therefore, when the Dionian allied army, which was mainly composed of Dionian and Naconian soldiers, arrived at the mountain pass, Segavani led a mere 2,000 soldiers to defend the small city of Abella, sealing off the allied army's eastward path. On the same day, Capys led about 10,000 soldiers of the 10th and 11th legions. After a day of hard fighting, they captured the small town of Equivium. They coordinated with the allied army led by Alexis, who was directly west of the Samni Mountains. It seemed like they would completely surround Hilpini's territory. After the departure of Chiutini and the Pentines, the strength of the army in Beneventum was significantly weakened. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, Lescock had already stopped the attacks outside the city. Instead, the Dionia allied army approached the city. However, they were not here to attack the city. Instead, Gurney, the leader of the Abella alliance, led his people to shout from below the city. Gurney enumerated the defeats suffered by Lesgok since he started the war against Dionia, as well as the specific number of casualties and captives of the Hilpini soldiers. He also shouted towards the city, "My compatriots of Hilpini, now that Aquilonia and Equivium have been successively captured by the Dionia allied army, Hilpini's territory is already surrounded by the allied army. Therefore, do not blindly follow Lesgok and continue to fight against the Dionia allied army. Otherwise, the allied army will send troops to capture your towns, destroy your settlements, capture your families, and completely destroy your tribes." At the same time, he also made a promise. As long as the tribal leaders and warriors surrender to Dionia, it would be even better if Lesgok can be captured. Not only will your previous aggression against Dionia be forgiven, your territories and families will be protected, and the captured warriors will also be released home. The injured warriors will also be carefully treated by Dionia doctors. Gurney's repeated shouts from below the city had a great impact on the Hilpini tribal leaders and warriors in the city. Lesgok began to see that the tribal leaders of Hilpini were quietly gathering their warriors and discussing something in secret, which made him secretly shocked. Not long after, the news of Cautini's army suffering a crushing defeat in the Campania plains spread to the city of Beneventum, causing even more panic. At this time, under the repeated urging of Alexis, the Aquilonian leader rushed to the allied army's camp. He also followed Gurney's shouts from below the city. Finally, the Aquilonian warriors who were originally sent to Beneventum to follow Lesgok were the first to stand up and ask Lesgok to respond to their leader's call to leave Beneventum and join Dionia. Aquilonia was the joint city of the third largest tribe of the Hilpini tribe. After several battles, there were still more than 700 warriors left, which was a large proportion of the army of the Hilpini tribe, which only had more than 4,000 warriors. Following closely behind Aquilonia were the warriors of Equilium. They had also decided to pledge allegiance to Dionia in order to save their captive families. The tribes within the Hilpini tribe were equal in terms of political status. They elected their leader and followed his orders. This was not a mandatory rule by law, but based on the tribe's long tradition. However, the tradition also stipulated that they could refuse to carry out the leader's orders at any time according to their own circumstances. Therefore, whether it was the Hilpini tribe or the other Samanai tribes, they were actually still a loose political alliance. Perhaps it was because of the characteristics of the mountain people that the communication between tribes was inconvenient and it was difficult to unify the jurisdiction. Therefore, they were more independent and had more freedom in terms of political status. However, this made it impossible for Lesgok to force them to stay, be it politically or militarily. There were more than 800 warriors from Aquilonia and Equilium, which also made Lesgok hesitate to take action. With no other choice, Lesgok had them swear in the name of God Savone that after surrendering to Dionia, they would not be enemies with all the Samanai tribes. The warriors of Aquilonia and Equilium did as they were told. Therefore, Lesgok could only order them to open the city gates and let the warriors of these two tribes leave. Alexis led the leaders of the allied forces to welcome them who had come to surrender. The other tribal leaders who had witnessed the whole process from the top of the city walls finally stopped hesitating and made their request to Lesgok: leave Beneventum and go back to protect their homes. Lesgok knew that these people were lying. If he really let them out of the city, they would probably go to Dionia in the blink of an eye. He had expected this when he let the warriors of Aquilonia and Equilium leave. These Hilpini warriors who had united to force Lesgok to abdicate numbered more than 1,000. If he did not let them go, once they were allowed to cause trouble in the city, it would instead cause a greater disaster. Lesgok thought about it again and finally nodded in agreement. The departure of the Hilpini tribes caused panic in the city of Beneventum. It even affected the army of Caracini. The tribal leaders and warriors all asked Contric to leave Beneventum and return to their homes. Although Contric was stubborn and conservative, he also knew that the defeat of the allied forces of Samanai was inevitable. They were outnumbered and outnumbered. It was only a matter of time before Beneventum fell. If the army of Caracini continued to stay in the city, they would face the danger of being completely wiped out. Therefore, he used the excuse of being forced by the tribal leaders of Caracini and was embarrassed to not see Lescock in person. So he sent one of his subordinates to inform Lescock. He then led his troops out of the city through the north gate, crossed the river, and left Benventum. The departure of the reinforcements caused the people in the city to fall into complete panic. The tribal leaders of Benventum came together to see Lescock and made a request. The situation was critical now, and Benventum could not do anything alone. For the safety of the people in the city, they hoped that Lescock could lead the people in the city to surrender to Dionia. The desolate Lescock looked at the tribal leaders and the elders of his own tribe among the petitioners, and his expression became even more gloomy. He was silent for a long time, and under the repeated urging of the tribal leaders, he said coldly, "Let me think about it." With that, he had the guards chase them away. Looking at the empty living room, Lescock's heart was also empty. He remembered what Segovani had scolded him before. "You don't deserve to be a tribal leader. You're not decisive enough, and you're not ruthless enough." Lescock smiled sadly and whispered to himself, "Segovani, you're right. However, I really want to know how you, who are ruthless, will save Kodam next." Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. That night, Lescock committed suicide in his mansion. The people in the city were terrified. The tribal leaders held an emergency meeting and sent messengers to the Dionia camp the next day. Chapter 882. When the word surrender came out of the mouth of the Benventum messenger, Alexis wasn't too surprised, because other than Benventum, the other Hilpini tribes had successively surrendered to Dionia. Then he learned that Caracini's army had left Benventum. So Benventum was like a turtle in a jar. Therefore, Alexis said confidently, "It's a good thing that Benventum can surrender." However, as one of the initiators of this war, and according to the other tribes, Benventum was the main commander of this war, causing a great disaster to Dionia and its allies. They must be severely punished. When a messenger heard this, he was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "Honorable General Alexis, Savone has already handed down the punishment for Benventum's mistake. Big leader Lescock committed suicide last night to atone for his crime." "Lescock is dead?" Gurney asked in surprise in the big tent. "Yes, Leader Gurney." The messenger looked at Gurney with a sad expression and said with a choked voice, "Before his death, the great leader regretted what he did to the Abenelum. He hoped that he alone would bear all the blame, and that you would spare the tribes of Benventum. Lescock would never say such things." Gurney shook his head and sat down again, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Alexis said solemnly, "Lescock's suicide does not absolve the Benventum people of their responsibility. Our king of Devers once wrote a letter saying, 'Benventum has been full of malice towards Dionia for more than 10 years. They have been maliciously suppressing and bullying the friendly Abenelum of Dionia, and they're also the main culprit of this war. Because you wantonly tore up the alliance, in order to prevent Benventum from provoking another war in the future, the king of Devers instructed, Benventum must be completely integrated into the kingdom of Dionia. The tribes and people of Benventum can join the kingdom of Dionia, or they can move to other places in the Salmoni Mountains. When this war is over, the mountains will be sparsely populated, and there will be plenty of places for you to live." When a messenger heard this, he was angry and roared with a red face. "Is Dionia trying to use the war as an excuse to forcefully annex Benventum? If so, our warriors will never yield and will fight to the death. Savone will protect us, even if all the people of Dionia here die in battle. Don't even think about attacking Benventum." After roaring, the messenger turned to look at Gurney and reprimanded, "You see, this is the ambition of Dionia. Today it's Benventum. Tomorrow it may be Abenelum. I'm afraid the people of Dionia want to destroy the entire Salmoni Mountains. Do you still want to be their accomplice?" Gurney turned a deaf ear to the messenger's attempt to drive a wedge between them. Alexis had already told him the orders of the Devers. Of course, he was very happy that the Devers wanted him to become the great leader of the Hilpini tribe. Although it was a pity that the most powerful tribe, Benventum, would be separated and become a part of the kingdom of Dionia, it also meant that the situation of Benventum suppressing Abenilam for decades would no longer exist. In the future, there would be a lot less restraint when he governed the entire tribe, so he could accept this. He replied calmly, "Abenilam has already joined the kingdom of Dionia." The messenger was stunned. Alexis said in a tough tone, "Our soldiers have long been ready to attack Benventum. Do you accept this condition or fight to the death? Benventum must give me an answer today, otherwise we will start attacking the city tomorrow." The messenger hurriedly returned to the city. He didn't expect the city to be in turmoil. It turned out that the warriors of Lescock's tribe were instigated by his relatives. They thought that the leader's suicide had something to do with the fear of death of the other tribe leaders. Not only did they imprison the 2 tribal elders who were involved in this matter, but they also demanded that the other tribe leaders must take responsibility for this matter and accept judgment and punishment according to tradition. Of course, the other tribe leaders couldn't accept this, and the angry warriors of Lescock's tribe insisted on making them pay the price, which led to the escalation of the conflict. Lescock's tribe was the largest tribe in the territory of Benventum. The other tribes could only unite to fight against it. Both sides were at daggers drawn and didn't give an inch. The emissary informed both sides of Dionia's harsh conditions. Although everyone's anger was temporarily appeased and they sat down to discuss the matter, they could not come up with a unified opinion after debating for half a day due to the lack of a leader. Should they fight or should they make peace? Lescock's tribe elected his eldest son to participate in the discussion. Not only was his attitude firm in the meeting, he wanted to fight to the death with Dionia's coalition army, but he also constantly verbally attacked the other leaders who proposed further negotiations. When the meeting was over, he glared at the other leaders with eyes full of hatred, which made the leaders scared. Because Benventum didn't reply on the same day, Alexis kept her promise and sent out the army early the next morning, ready to attack the city. The morale of Dionia's coalition army was very high, and they had a strong desire to fight. After learning that the main army of Lucania's reserve army had defeated the main army of Cautini, the soldiers of the 10th and 11th legions certainly couldn't allow themselves to be defeated by the reserve army. They had asked for battle many times. For the Abenilam warriors, they could finally take revenge by taking Benventum, and they could vent the oppression and humiliation they had suffered for more than 10 years. So they were very excited. For the potential warriors, taking Benventum meant that they didn't have to listen to the older generation talk about how terrible the Salmoni were. They could proudly tell their descendants that they had conquered the largest Salmoni town. Alexis issued the siege deployment. The army of Potentia to attack the east wall, the Dionysian army to attack the west, and the army of Abenilam to attack the south. Alexis also put the surrendered warriors of the Hilpini tribe under Gurney's command. He couldn't allow some Hilpini warriors who weren't sure of their loyalty to watch from the side while the whole army was attacking the city. Faced with the objections of these tribes, Gurney threatened fiercely. "You once swore to Leescuck. Now that Leescuck has committed suicide, you naturally don't have to abide by this oath anymore. Don't find any excuses to avoid this battle. Let me tell you, the tribes that participate in this battle are allies of Dionia, and those that don't are enemies. Make your own choice." Many people secretly scolded Gurney in their hearts, but no tribe dared to leave without permission. Gurney didn't hold back and directly arranged for them to be at the forefront of the siege. The siege of the Dionia allied army was imminent, but the leaders in the city of Beneventum didn't come up with a defense plan because of the fruitless debate yesterday. They didn't expect that the Dionia allied army would launch an attack at dawn. They immediately panicked and brought their warriors to defend the city in a hurry. The arrangement was hasty and chaotic. Moreover, Beneventum was a large city, and 2,000 warriors couldn't cover the entire city. Seeing the enemies swarming in like a tide and the tall siege weapons that they had never seen before, some of the leaders' hearts beat fast, and they had other ideas. The siege had just begun, but the tribes in charge of defending the South City opened the city gates and surrendered to the Dionia allied army. The army of Abenilam took the opportunity to rush into the city, and Beneventum's line of defense collapsed. The tribe of Liskuk, who had resisted until the end, had suffered more than half of their casualties and the death of their temporary leader, and they had no choice but to surrender. The Dionia allied army captured Beneventum. The fall of Beneventum meant that the allied army led by Alexis could directly reach Caudim through the mountain path in the east. The spies of Caudim, who had been closely monitoring the situation in Beneventum, immediately sent the bad news back to Caudim. The people of Caudim were extremely panicked because most of their young and strong tribesmen were under the leadership of Segavani, resisting the other Dionia allied army in Abella. A few days ago, Segavani was angry at the betrayal of the Naconians, so he ordered his men to escort the Naconian leaders imprisoned in Caudim to Abella and behead them all. He hung their heads on the city walls to vent his anger and take revenge on the Naconians. The Naconians, led by Vasink, were indeed angered, and they all requested Xanaparis to attack Abella. Xanaparis saw that the Naconians' fighting spirit was high, and after scouting, he found that Abella was not only small, but its defensive facilities were also simple. Abella was located in the hinterland of Caudim and had never been threatened by external enemies. In addition, it was surrounded by mountains that were difficult to climb, and the land was barren. Faced with the threat of survival, the Abella people were busy looting and did not have the time to repair the city. So he agreed to the Naconians' request, and after carrying over the siege equipment used in the attack on Lola, he gave the order to attack the city. The attack was made with the Naconians as the main force, the Dionia soldiers as support, and the Campania Alliance soldiers as backup, waving flags and shouting to boost the morale. It turned out that the generals of the Campania Alliance saw that the remnants of Caudim's army had been driven out of the Campanian plains and were no longer a threat to them. So they had the idea of returning to their homeland and quickly rebuilding their homeland. They all asked Xanaparis to resign and leave. In the end, even the Neapolitan general Iolos could not sit still, but at least he left 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers behind. Chapter 883. At this time, Xanaparis' troops were reduced to 7,000, but this was still 3.5 times the number of Segavani's troops. For 2 days in a row, the Catini warriors repelled the enemy's attack, but they also paid a lot of casualties. Abella City was even more ruined, and Segavani already had the intention to retreat. At this time, he received the bad news that Beneventum has fallen. That night, he abandoned the people of Abella and Ciceres in the city and led his army to quietly retreat to Caudim. The next day, the people in the city found out that they had been abandoned by Segavani. The few remaining Abella and Ciceres warriors decided to surrender to the allied forces outside the city. However, the Naconian warriors were full of hatred and had suffered a lot of losses, and of course, Xanaparis rejected them. Because of the Dever's order, Abella was a small city in the eastern plains of Campania that connected Caudim and Beneventum. Its location was too important and must be completely controlled by the Kingdom of Dionia. In order to avoid future management problems, Xanaparis felt that it was more appropriate to directly occupy it. The Dionia allied forces launched an attack. In an instant, they broke into the city and occupied Abella. The Naconian warriors brought the captured Catini warriors to the corpses of the original Naconian leaders and sacrificed them. On the east side, Alexis only rested in Beneventum for a day and dealt with some simple matters in the city. She had Borlet split half of the army to guard the city, while he personally led the rest of the army westward. They passed through the mountain path and arrived at Caudim. After Xanaparis captured Abella, he also led the troops eastward without stopping and successfully met up with Alexis's troops in Caudim. They had a force of nearly 30,000 people. Caudim's garrison was less than 2,000 people, which made the tribes in the city very panicked. Some leaders united and suggested to Segavani that they could surrender to the Dionia allied forces to protect the people in the city. Segavani did not even think about it and flatly refused. The indignant leaders anxiously argued with him, but this angered Segavani, who had become increasingly irritable due to repeated defeats. He captured the leader and chased the others away, declaring that he would fight the Dionia alliance to the bitter end. This crazy move caused some tribes to be at odds with each other. That night, many tribes left the city to secretly collude with the Dionia coalition army. How could Alexis let go of such a good opportunity? She immediately attacked the city the next day. Cautum soon fell, and Segavani also died on the city walls. At this point, the two most powerful tribes in the Samanai alliance, Hilpini, were completely subdued, and most of Cautum was also subdued. The remaining Cautum towns in the north, such as Capua and Calatia, could not support them alone. It was only a matter of time before they were conquered. Just when the Dionia coalition army met in Cautum, Contrac and Bardani gathered the largest military force that the two tribes could muster, 5,000 warriors, and wanted to carry out a surprise attack on the Dionysian army in the east. However, the cautious Capys did not continue to enter the mountains after occupying Equivium. Instead, while stabilizing the local order, he continuously sent out reconnaissance teams to investigate the surrounding terrain in detail. As a result, the movements of the Samanai army were discovered, and he immediately prepared to defend. The surprise attack of the two Samanai tribes eventually turned into a frontal attack. After paying some casualties, they had no choice but to retreat. Subsequently, the news of the fall of Beneventum and Cautum came one after another. Contrac and Bardani were shocked and had no choice but to lead their respective armies back to their tribal territories to guard against the upcoming attack of the Dionia coalition army. Your Majesty, good news. Xanaparis led the army to not only capture Lola, but also defeated the main force of Cautum who came to help. Tormid hurried into the tent and said excitedly, "Oh." Devers hurriedly took the battle report. After reading it carefully, he suddenly smiled and said, "This is indeed good news. Cautum's defeat, the Naconian surrender, and the victory of the Samanai War has been decided. Xanaparis has made a great contribution. This is his first time leading an army on his own, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Xanaparis was about to retire from the army before. It was the Ministry of Military Affairs who temporarily recruited him to Lucania to form a reserve army. Because of the outbreak of the Samanai War, he led the army to participate in the war in Campania. Tormid said in such detail out of selfishness. He had a good relationship with Xanaparis, and they both came to Greece together. So, he hoped that Xanaparis, who was over 60 years old, could still have a good development in the kingdom. Of course, Devers knew that Tormid and Xanaparis were on good terms, but he did not care about what Xanaparis was hiding. Instead, he patted the battle report and said with a sigh and regret, "Whether it is the capture of Lola or the defeat of Cautum's main force, Xanaparis has shown excellent military command ability. I shouldn't have let him become a prosecutor of the Ministry of Military Affairs in the first place. He wasted all these years in vain. I still don't know enough about them." Tormid did not say anything, but he was happy for his friend. Devers sighed for a while, then loudly praised. This time, the strategic plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs for Samanai is also very good. Alexis in the east, Xanaparis and the Campanian allies in the west, and Abenalum and Potentia in the middle. The three armies worked closely together and took turns to attack. The Samanai could not focus on the east and could not focus on the west. Their defeat was destined. "Yes, Your Majesty." Secretary Henneborus also smiled and said, "Just like you said before, although the Samanai are hungry wolves, we Dionia are lions. Even if the wolf bites the lion a few times, it will not cause much damage. But if the lion gives the wolf a claw, half of its life will be gone. We have to be greedier. We want the entire life of this wolf." Devers joked, then said, "Henri, go and take out the map of the Samanai region and put it on the table." Herniopolis grunted in acknowledgement. He then went to the bookshelf filled with all kinds of documents. Crotocatax also came over to help him. "Tormid," Devers continued, "regarding the letter from the Ministry of Military Affairs saying that the increase in the number of troops participating in the Samanai War has caused a shortage of military rations, I have thought about it. In the future, the rations of the troops led by Alexis and Xanaparis will be supplied by us." "Your Majesty, you mean to transport military rations from Rome?" to Campania? Tormid asked out of politeness. In fact, he was not surprised because the food stockpiled in Rome was indeed very sufficient. Not only were the military rations seized from Rome, but also the rations plundered from almost all the aristocratic residences in Rome. There were also rations collected from the conquered cities of Latin and Etruria. The shocking amount was enough to supply the army of Dionia in Latinum and the people in Rome for half a year. Lead the young people in the General Staff Department to draw up a more detailed food supply plan based on the situation of the army in Campania, as well as the food and transportation situation in Rome. Then submit it to me for review, and then send it to the assist for him to arrange, Devers ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He then said, It seems that we should also send people to the Etrurian and Latin allies to ask for military rations. Father, isn't the food reserve in Rome still very sufficient? Besides, it will be harvest in another 2 months. Most of the farmlands outside Rome, Veii, Gabii, and other cities have not been destroyed. Now, they're being well taken care of by the people of Rome. I believe that there will be enough food to supply the army of Latinum and Campania, and even the army of Sicily. There is no need to ask for food from the new allies, which will deepen their dissatisfaction with us. Clodocatax was a little worried. Devers looked at him with a smile. I'm glad that you did not stay idle in Rome. You have made a more detailed understanding of the areas we have occupied. That's how it should be. However, the reason why I sent people to ask for food from these allies is not because we are short of food, but to solve their confusion. Solve their confusion. Clodocatax was confused. Devers smiled and patiently explained to him. In the past, Rome was at war every year and often asked for food and soldiers from these allies. They're used to it. But now, these cities have surrendered to us, Dionia, and we have been fighting alone without asking for any help from them. I'm afraid they will be confused and even worried that after we destroy Rome, we will turn against them. Clodocatax suddenly understood. So, asking for food from them is to show them that Dionia has indeed regarded them as an ally. Devers continued, This is just one of the purposes. In addition, I will ask the messenger to ask for food from them at the same time, but at the same time, we will not set a rigid limit on the amount. In this way, the amount of food provided by each ally will be just enough for us to make a rough judgment on how sincere they are to Dionia. Clodocatax was deep in thought. Devers glanced at the map that had been placed on the table and said, Clotho, you have just heard the news that Xanthippus led the army to defeat the main force of Cautini at Lola, and Alexis has also arrived at the city of Beneventum. Capys has also attacked the Hilpini Mountains from the east. The defeat of the Samni people is only a matter of time. If you were to deal with the conquered Samni Mountains, what would you do? Chapter 884. Clodocatax was not surprised. He had been following the Devers for a long time, and the Devers would ask him questions from time to time when they were dealing with government affairs. He was already used to it, and it also forced him to think about the battle reports and information that came to him at all times. At this time, he walked to the table and stared at the map of Samni and Campania, deep in thought. At this time, the others in the tent remained silent. Tormid looked at Clodocatax, who was deep in thought at the table, and could not help but feel emotional. During his time in Latin, he often helped the Devers with military affairs, so he spent most of his time with the Devers and spent more time with Clodocatax. He witnessed with his own eyes that the Prince of Dionia, who was initially hot-blooded and immature, gradually became steady and thoughtful. At first, the officials, generals, and soldiers looked at him with suspicion, but now they gradually accepted him. This was due to the Devers' guidance, and it was also inseparable from his own talent and hard work. Judging from all the signs, if nothing unexpected happened, Clodocatax was likely to be the next king of Dionia. Tormid calculated in his heart. In the future, he would try to create as many conditions as possible for his children to have more contact with Clodocatax. Back then, he lacked courage and did not follow the Devers to Greece from the beginning. In addition, his own talent was limited, so he had almost reached the end of his current position. But the next generation, just as Tormod's imagination was running wild, Clodo Catax had sorted out his thoughts and said to the Devers, "Father, if we have completely defeated the Salmoni tribal alliance, my opinion is that the Cutini towns in the eastern plains of Campania, except for Niconia, should be incorporated into Dionia. This way, we can expand our territory, protect our alliance," referring to the Campania alliance, "and also deter the races in the mountains. But for the Salmoni towns in the mountains, it is better to let the Salmoni people manage them themselves. On the one hand, the Salmoni people are unruly, and the tribes there rarely have contact with Dionia. Their culture and customs are completely different. It is very difficult to send officials to govern them, and it is easy to cause conflicts which will waste the kingdom's energy and financial resources. On the other hand, the land in the mountains is barren, the environment is harsh, and the products are not abundant. I am afraid that not many Dionia citizens are willing to move to the Salmoni Mountains, so it is difficult for us to assimilate the Salmoni people in the mountains in a short time. Also, the Salmoni people, the Pentini and Caracini people are adjacent to the other races in the northern mountains. If we forcibly annex the two tribes, I am afraid that the other races will be vigilant and will hate them, leading to the consequences. So I think we can dissolve the Salmoni tribal alliance and let the four major tribes of Salmoni become the kingdom's subsidiary allies, but we must retain the positions of the chiefs of the major tribes. Only in this way can we prevent their strength from being weakened and still be able to resist their former enemies in the north and reduce our troubles." Clodo Catax spoke with fervor and assurance. Before the Devers could respond, Tormod praised, "Your Majesty, Prince Clotho is very thoughtful. I think his suggestion is very reasonable." Henneborus looked at Tormod, blinked, and said nothing. Divers, on the other hand, had a gratified smile on his face as he said affirmatively, "Clodo, your suggestion has inspired me a lot. The Salmoni tribal alliance should indeed be dissolved. It seems that it's not the right time to completely annex the Salmoni Mountains. Therefore, it seems that it's still necessary to preserve the original political structure of a few tribes and allow the existence of a great leader to facilitate the kingdom's control over them." The Devers' agreement with his suggestion made Clodo Catax feel excited. But the Devers changed the topic, looked at him, and said seriously, "Your consideration of the problem is not detailed enough, and the handling of the Salmoni people is still relatively careless. The situation of the four major tribes is different, and the way to deal with them should also be different. Hilpini is the largest tribe in the Salmoni kingdom, and it is also the tribe that borders the kingdom's territory the most. Although its territory is in the mountains, we can't be too lenient with it. Beneventum must be annexed to the kingdom. In the Salmoni Mountains, this is a rare piece of fertile lowland, and the area is not small. I think the kingdom's preparatory citizens and free people will be willing to settle there. Also, its location is very important. It is right in the center of the territory of Hilpini and Cautini, and next to Abenelum and Cautini. With it, we will have a cornerstone to stabilize the southern part of the Salmoni Mountains. In addition, Abenelum has always been friendly with the kingdom and has contributed a lot in this war. It has become a free city of the kingdom, and we should reward it. We can allow Gurney to become the chief of Hilpini and rule over the other Hilpini tribes and territories other than Beneventum. Let it become the kingdom's second potentia, and let it have the strength to resist Pentini and Caracini in the northern part of the mountains and ensure the safety of the northern part of the kingdom. Cautini, this tribe is rather special. Its territory is either the eastern plains of Campania or the lowlands and the valleys, which are actually very suitable for the kingdom's people to settle down. What you said just now is correct. The towns and cities of Cautini in the eastern plains of Campania should be annexed to Dionia, but this appetite is not big enough. Since we are ready to annex Beneventum into the kingdom's territory, then Cautini in the west and its surrounding small towns should also be included in our annexation plan. This way, Beneventum and the eastern plains of Campania can be guaranteed so that it will not be alone outside the kingdom's territory. Don't forget about Narconia. The people of this territory have been in contact with the kingdom for more than 10 years, and they have finally joined our side. Logically speaking, we should guarantee their territory. However, Narconia's location is more important. Previously, the Samnites attacked the Campania alliance and captured Pompeii, Herculaneum, and other city-states. Now, Xenoparis has recovered Pompeii and Herculaneum. So far, the Campania alliance has not asked us to return these two towns. It is said that the Campania alliance suffered heavy casualties in this war and does not have enough manpower to cultivate these lands. My opinion is to send an envoy to the Campania alliance to discuss and annex these two towns to Dionia. Henneborus's eyes lit up, and he interrupted. That way, Bereventum, Caudium, the former Caudium town on the eastern plains of Campania, as well as Pompeii and Herculaneum, could be connected to the kingdom Zenona, but Narconia is an obstacle, Devers said confidently. We can negotiate with the people of Narconia and ask them to move to the north of Capua. There's the Volturno River there, and the land is more fertile. We can allow them to have more territories than the current Narconia. At the same time, we can allow them to elect a chief of Cautini to govern the Cautini tribes in the northernmost part of the former Cautini territory, which are adjacent to the Citicini, Oronzi, and Pentni tribes. I believe they will be willing to let us completely occupy the central and southern parts of Cautini and connect it with Annona to completely guarantee the safety of our new territories. For the Pentni and Caracini tribes, their settlements and towns are in the mountains north of Samni. The mountains there are higher, and the roads there are more difficult to traverse, especially for the Caracini tribe. It is said that their settlements are in the mountains thousands of meters high, so their land is more barren and their population is not large. We do not need to occupy their lands, but they must surrender to the kingdom. The chiefs of their tribes must hand over their children and send them to Turiae as hostages. The chief they elect must be confirmed by the kingdom before he can assume the position. After listening to Diver's plan on how to deal with the Samone tribal alliance, Clodokatakis carefully pondered over it for a while, then said with heartfelt admiration, "Father, your plan is much better than mine. You have indeed thought it through better than me. That is because you have been too kind to the Samone tribes. When considering the problem, you have not considered the problem from the standpoint of obtaining greater benefits for the kingdom, weakening our enemies as much as possible, and making them unable to rebel." The Devers hit the nail on the head. "Father, but," Clodocatax asked, "Hilpini and Chiatini may be able to accept your plan, but I'm afraid that the Pentni and Caracini tribes may not. Then continue fighting until they accept it. Leave this matter to Alexis and Xenoparis. Since we have already declared war on the Samni, we should use this war to completely solve the problem of the Samni, even if we have to pay a higher price to prevent them from rebelling in the future." The Devers warned him sincerely. Clodocatax nodded in thought. The Devers turned back and said, "Henny, did you hear what I said just now about the plan to deal with the 4 major tribes of the Samni?" "Yes, your majesty." "Then write a letter to the Senate according to what I said just now. Let them arrange the affairs of the Samni in advance on this basis. Then write a letter to Alexis and Xenoparis with the same idea. Let them know how to adjust their strategy." "Understood, your majesty. I will write now," Henny said and took out the papyrus. Clodocatax and Tormid were still thinking about the series of plans that the Devers had to deal with the Samni, thinking about the impact it would have on the Samni. The tent became quiet, and the rustling sound of writing could be heard. Chapter 885. After a short while, Hennepolis finished writing the letter for the Senate and handed it to the Devers. The Devers were satisfied after reading it. Without changing a single word, he signed his name at the end, stamped his seal, and returned it to Hennepolis. "Send it to the Senate according to the highest level of confidentiality." "Yes, your majesty." Hennepolis immediately rolled the letter up, using 3 red ropes to tie the 2 ends and the middle at the same time. Then he wrote the second letter. At this moment, the captain of the royal guards, Marcius, walked into the tent. "Your majesty, the commander of the 3rd Fleet, Middleades, is waiting outside for your summons." "Oh, Middleades is here." The Devers quickly waved his hand. Quick, let him in. After entering the tent, Middle-aged saluted and said loudly, Your Majesty, I'm late. You came at the right time. The Devers said with a double meaning. Your fleet and infantrymen are about to be put to good use. Middle-aged was instantly excited when he heard this. He had just led the fleet back to Latin when he heard that in the short time he was away, the army led by the Devers, with Rome as the center, had conquered Venus and Kesrela in the north, Fidene and Crucium in the east, and Gabii in the south, forcing many Latin city-states to surrender. They had chased Rome's army to the small cities by the sea in the west, and were tightening the siege. This news made him feel terrible, as if the Third Fleet was not involved in this war, and was completely irrelevant. So, when he heard the Devers' words, he was immediately excited. Have you recruited all the infantrymen? The Devers asked. Yes, but, Middle-aged said carefully, but once the recruitment order was issued, not only Trine, but even the citizens of Silatina and Hibernian rushed to the naval base to sign up. They even found many acquaintances to ask for help. So I recruited 2,000 more people. The Devers looked at him solemnly. Middle-aged's heart tightened. Devers said slowly, So be it. However, including the addition of the fleet infantry this time, the total number of the Third Fleet's infantry should be 4,000. This is already an exception made by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The extra number must be disbanded after the war is over. Remember, don't do it again. Middle-aged hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Once the war is over, I will immediately disband all the extra fleet soldiers. Devers smiled. This is snatching soldiers from Legio 6. Be careful that Trotaras, Legio VI's captain, finds out and will fight you to the death. Middle-aged heard the Devers' joke and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also joked, In order to appease Trotaras, I will hold a few more banquets for him and get him drunk. Legio VI's military camp was west of Silatina, and the Third Fleet's naval base was near the bay near Trine. The two were not far from each other, and they often interacted with each other. Middle-aged and Trotaras had a good relationship, so he was not worried that the other would blame him. Middle-aged, Talmud suddenly said, Right now, there are 4,000 infantrymen in the Third Fleet. We will prepare food and other supplies for the infantrymen in your fleet according to this number. As for the extra 2,000 people, you'll have to figure out what to do. What? Middle-aged thought Tormid was joking, but seeing his serious face, he did not know what to say for a moment. After all, when he recruited the soldiers this time, he did have a selfish motive. Tormid had received a hint from Devers to give Middle-aged a small warning. But for Middle-aged, it was almost impossible for him to take out the supplies for 2,000 people. He could only look at Devers with a pleading look. Devers took the opportunity and said seriously, If you want to solve the problem of the extra 2,000 people, you can only do your best to complete the next mission. Your Majesty, the brothers of the Third Fleet, and I are ready. No matter how difficult the mission is, we will complete it smoothly. Middle-aged immediately declared loudly. As Hernepolis was writing a letter, Clodo Catax took over his work. He was clear about Devers' plan, so he found a map from the bookshelf and spread it out on the table. Devers led Middle-aged to the table. Middle-aged looked down. In front of him was a map of Corsica and Sardinia. How much do you know about Corsica? Devers asked. Middle-aged already had a plan in mind. He thought carefully before saying, Corsica is known by the sailors as the giant mountain of the sea. The island is full of towering mountains and is not suitable for living at all. There are only 2 small coastal plains on the east of the island. There are 2 towns built there. The town of Mariana in the north belongs to the Etruscans, and the town of Illyria in the south belongs to the Phoenicians. There are also some small Phoenician villages on the west coast, but the coast is covered with reefs and the coast is twisted. It will be more difficult for the warships to land. Your Majesty, are you going to let the Third Fleet attack Corsica? Devers nodded, looked at the map, and said, To be precise, let the Third Fleet attack the Phoenician towns and settlements on Corsica. The reason why Carthage could become the most prosperous and wealthy city-state in the Western Mediterranean was because it controlled most of the precious metal resources and trade in the entire Western Mediterranean. The Iberian Peninsula, Gaul, Etruria, Sardinia, and Corsica, especially Sardinia and Corsica, were completely controlled by Carthage. Since Carthage dared to declare war on us, Dionia, then we will destroy this important source of trade one by one, so that its treasury will not be full and it will not be able to support a long war with us. Therefore, the first target of the Third Fleet is to destroy all the Phoenician settlements on Corsica. Don't underestimate these settlements because they are small in size and population, but the silver, iron, copper, and other metal mines on Corsica are excavated, smelted, manufactured, and finally transported to Carthage. The Phoenician settlements on the west coast have formed a complete metal smelting system. Therefore, the Third Fleet must occupy these settlements and capture all the Phoenicians. Also, try not to destroy the metal mines and smelting facilities of the Phoenicians. Devers emphasized. After hearing this, Middleades immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will overcome all difficulties to complete this mission. Not only must it be completed, but it must be completed as soon as possible. Of course, you must also be careful of the attacks of the warships of Carthage stationed in Sardinia and Corsica. You must not be careless." "Yes, Your Majesty." The stern words of the Devers made Middleades' heart skip a beat. As the commander of the navy responsible for defending the west coast of Dionia, he certainly had a detailed understanding of the situation in Sardinia and Corsica to the west. Before the war, Carthage had stationed less than 30 triple-hulled warships on these two islands, and they were mainly scattered in the ports of several towns in Sardinia. Perhaps because they were too weak, they did not cause trouble during the expedition of the Dionia army to Rome. Therefore, Middleades did not take them seriously. However, the Devers' warning made him take it seriously. The Devers pressed his hand on the icon of Alenia on the map and asked, "Although Alenia is a town of the Phoenicians, don't you think this name is not in line with the naming habits of the Phoenicians and Carthage? Could it be that it used to be a town belonging to the Greeks?" Middleades repeated the name of this town in his heart and asked in surprise. In fact, this was just an expression that he purposely showed to respond to the Devers. As a general of Dionia, he did not care about the history of this town. You are right, but Alenia was not just a city belonging to the Greeks. Logically speaking, it should be a town belonging to Dionia. Henepolis interrupted. He had just finished writing the letters to Alexis and Xanaparis and happened to hear this conversation. This brilliant student of the historian Ansitanos was immediately interested in teaching others. Alenia should belong to Dionia. Middleades was really shocked this time. During the Great Colonial Era, we Greeks colonized the Western Mediterranean. We not only built Agrigento and Syracuse in Sicily, Tarentum and Sabari in Magna Graecia, Marselia in Gaul, Naples and Cumae in Campania, and Alenia in Corsica. However, the masters of northern Italy, the Etruscans, were frightened by the surging Greeks. They probably thought that if they did not stop the crazy colonization of the Greeks, the Etruscans would be surrounded by our Greek colonial cities. Therefore, they allied with Carthage, who had already established a firm foothold in Sardinia, and started a war with the Greek cities of Alenia, Marselia, and Campania. The most important battle was a naval battle near Alenia. In the end, the Greeks suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did Alenia fall into the hands of Carthage, but they also did not dare to colonize the northern part of Italy for hundreds of years. Henepolis talked nonstop. Not only was Middleades listening carefully, but Tormid and Clotocatax were also listening with great interest. Literature Museum. Chapter 886. However, Middleades was still confused. It's a pity that the Greeks were defeated in the end, but what does that have to do with Dionia? Hernepolis, who had purposely kept them in suspense, smiled and said, "Some of the Alenians escaped to Italy and built Elia with the other Greek colonists. This history is engraved on the stone tablet in the temple of Apollo in Elia. The Alenians are now the citizens of Dionia, so the Alenia that they built should also belong to Dionia." Hernepolis' explanation was a bit unreasonable, but Middleades felt that it was reasonable. He immediately said, "The Third Fleet will take back Alenia from Carthage and wash away the shame of the Greeks." Devers was satisfied with his attitude and encouraged him further. Go back and tell the crew of the Third Fleet that taking back Alenia will not only deal a great blow to the Carthage, but it will also encourage the Greek city-states in the Western Mediterranean and deepen their friendship with Maziria. You will become a hero in their hearts. Also, as far as I know, Alenia has a large port with complete facilities. It's a military port and a commercial port combined into one. It can be used as a stop for all the warships of the Third Fleet, so you won't have to travel back and forth. After we take down Alenia, the Third Fleet can use it as a base to attack Sardinia, which is right next to Corsica. We can attack the mining teams on the island, destroy their towns and villages, and attack their cargo ships. Middle-aged said excitedly, Your Majesty, please don't worry. I will make sure that the Phoenicians on these two islands won't be able to transport a single piece of metal. Devers saw that Middle-aged was too excited, so he couldn't help but remind him, I can't spare any troops to support you now. The mission of attacking Corsica and Sardinia can only be done by the Third Fleet, so you have to be bold and cautious at the same time. You have to cherish your soldiers and don't let them suffer too many casualties, which will cause the follow-up plan to fail. Devers' words made Middle-aged feel even more pressured. At this moment, Clodo Catax asked, Father, will the Etruscans be dissatisfied with our military action on Corsica and have other ideas? In fact, Clodo Catax had already discussed this issue with the Devers in private before. Bringing it up now was just a tactful reminder to the Devers. The Devers secretly praised his son for his thoughtfulness. Then he said with a straight face, Don't worry about that. Although the Etruscans often trade with Carthage, they're no longer allies. Moreover, they're still dissatisfied with Carthage's strong support for Rome. Moreover, the southern Etruscan city-states have just allied with us. Then Devers looked at Middle-aged. But try not to let your warships appear on the seas of Corsica that is controlled by the Etruscans. Don't let your soldiers enter their territory to avoid excessively provoking the Etruscans who are already afraid of us. Other than that, I don't have any other requests. You can decide how to attack Corsica and Sardinia. I won't interfere. The Devers' words made Middle-aged feel even more pressured. He took a deep breath and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Tormid looked at the back of Middle-aged and could not help but say, He's a little nervous. It's a good thing to be nervous. This way, he will be more cautious when he takes action. Even if the Third Fleet does not achieve any decent results, as long as the fleet is around these two islands, it will bring a lot of trouble to Carthage. I'm afraid that Middle-aged will be overconfident and lose his vigilance. He will take risks and cause the Third Fleet to suffer heavy losses, which will weaken our advantage, just like sigh. The Devers' words stopped abruptly, and then he sighed heavily. Tormid knew that the Devers must have thought of the Sicilian and the Sicilian fleet again. At this time, Marcius walked into the main tent again. Your Majesty, Commander Matones has sent a messenger to report that Aricia has surrendered. The Devers smiled. With the blessing of Hades, there is endless good news today. It was no wonder that he was so happy. Aricia was not far from Tustran, just west of Lake Albalonga. It was a very old Latin city-state and had been the center of the western Latin region since ancient times, especially after the destruction of Albalonga. From its name, it could be seen that this Latin city-state had a very close relationship with the goddess of the hunt, Diana Aricia, whom the Latin people worshipped. Because of this, it had once united with the Latin city-states in the west to resist the rise of Rome. However, after many defeats, it had no choice but to join the Latin alliance led by the Rome. After the Devers personally led the army out of the city of Rome, they first stationed themselves outside Tustran, the original Roman encampment, and divided their forces to attack a few Latin city-states not far from Tustran, focusing on Aricia. Under the threat of the army, the other city-states successively surrendered. Only the prouder regions refused to submit to Dionia. Therefore, the Devers ordered that Matones would lead the 2nd and Legio VI to attack Aricia. After a few days of continuous attacks, they finally saw results. When the smile on the Devers' face disappeared in the blink of an eye, It was followed by a stern tone. If it wasn't for the feelings of the civilians in Rome, a Latin city-state like Aricia that dared to resist us should have been treated like Gabi. However, even if it surrendered, we cannot let it off easily. Herne, go inform Topyrus and ask him to immediately talk to the Arisians. Since Aricia is the sacred forest of the goddess of the hunt, I can make Aricia a sacred place worshipped by all Latin people and replace the position of Mount Albalonga. However, from then on, Aricia is not allowed to build walls or build an army. The population is not allowed to exceed 5,000, and it is open to everyone. Its safety is guaranteed by Dionia. Understood, Your Majesty. It is said that because of this Diana, Aricia is also a famous medical center in the Latin region. Hernepolis reminded. The Devers' mouth twitched slightly. Can Aricia's medical skills compare to Dionia's? I think this responsibility should be handed over to Hades. Your Majesty, it is a good thing that Aricia has surrendered. However, it is a pity that we failed to lure out the Rome army. Tormid said with some regret. The Devers smiled and said indifferently, the Rome has been tricked once, so they will naturally be more cautious. Now, the main force is still stationed in Saturnicum. It seems that they are prepared to defend to the death. This is also a good thing. Without the support of Rome, Aricia has also surrendered. The other Latin city-states in the west will soon make their choice. At this point, the Devers' gaze became sharp. He said in a firm tone, Tormid, inform the entire army to get ready. We will leave Tustran tomorrow and march southwest to the north of Saturnicum to set up camp. It is time to completely eliminate the Rome. The Devers' words made everyone in the tent excited. Yes, I will inform the legions immediately. Tormid responded excitedly. Also, we have previously sent messengers to these Latin city-states to persuade them to surrender. Artie's attitude was the most resolute. He even beat up our messengers. The Devers said in a cold tone. It is said that the Rome dictator Camillus once lived in Artie for a long time. He also received Artie's strong support in the battle to expel the Gauls. Therefore, Camillus and Artie have a close relationship. Camillus often takes care of Artie in the Senate of Rome. Therefore, it is not surprising that the artist would do this. However, I am afraid that the artists will have to give up their support for Camillus for the sake of their own city-state survival. Hernepolis comforted. Since Ostia was burned down, Artie is very important to our attack on Rome's main force in Saturnicum, because it is not far from Antium and the camp we're going to build. It also has a sizable port. The Devers narrowed his eyes, which were glistening. We need to completely control this town to transfer and transport food supplies for the army. Therefore, we cannot accept Artie's surrender. We must completely capture it. Outside the city of Saturnicum, thousands of Rome citizens were working tirelessly to build defensive facilities. They reinforced the city walls, filled the city with deer abatis, widened and deepened the trenches, set up multiple layers of traps, set up multiple sentry towers between the traps, and expanded the entire defensive area outwards. The entire defensive pattern of the city was very similar to the defensive camps usually built by the Dionysian army. That was because the one who took on this task was Titus, who first commanded the army to attack Ostia. He deeply understood the power of the Dionia's defensive system from the failure, so he transplanted it after some slight modifications. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city wall, supervising the progress of the entire project. Although he saw the entire defensive structure gradually taking shape under the efforts of the sweating soldiers, there was not a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his face was gloomy. General, Lord Quintus is here, one of his subordinates whispered beside him. When Titus heard this, he turned around and glanced at Quintus, who was stepping on the stone stairs to the city wall. A trace of irritation flashed across his face. Hey, Titus! There was not a trace of enthusiasm on Titus's face as he looked at Quintus, who was walking towards him. When did you come back? Have the defensive facilities of Antium been completed? There was a hint of interrogative tone in Titus' voice. Although Titus was a little displeased, he still explained, Antium only has about 3,000 citizen soldiers, and Panthea's foot injury has basically healed. He can complete this mission alone. I would be a hindrance if I were there, so I came back yesterday. Chapter 887. Does the dictator know that you're back? Titus was obviously a little dissatisfied with Quintus's decision, so he asked in a questioning tone, I really want to report to the dictator, but he doesn't seem to be in good health. Lucius didn't let me in to disturb him. Quintus showed a look of contempt on his face and said in a serious tone, Titus, this is very worrying. Can Camillus really command the army now, lead us to defeat the powerful Dionia, and recapture Rome? As long as the dictator is still alive, he is the commander of our entire army, Titus said firmly. Quintus was a little anxious and blurted out, Is Camillus really worthy of your trust? Since we returned from Helniki, the recapture of Rome has been blocked. We failed to recapture Ostia. We were almost surrounded when we rescued Gabi. After that, we holed up here and watched Tustran, Aresia. One by one, our allies turned their backs on us, but we didn't take any action. Now the army of Dionia is about to reach the city, and we have no way to escape. Isn't this Camillus's fault? Quintus's voice was so loud that the people around him heard it and began to whisper. Titus suddenly felt annoyed and spoke impolitely. Quintus, you and I are both people who have been on the battlefield for a long time. You should know that since the invasion of Dionia until now, the dictator has not made any mistakes in commanding the battle. If it were you or I, we wouldn't be able to do better. What's more, in such a predicament, only the dictator can unite the entire army and stabilize the morale. And we must also unite together to resist the attack of Dionia and usher in the hope of victory. Therefore, any attempt to create chaos is absolutely not allowed. Titus's sharp eyes looked straight at Quintus. Quintus's expression changed slightly. He understood that Titus was warning him. During this time, because Quintus was dissatisfied with Camillus's conservative strategy, he privately persuaded Aulus and Servius to pressure Camillus and change his strategy. As a result, when Camillus received the news, he transferred him to Antium in advance to ensure the unity of the army. The reason why Quintus disobeyed the military order and returned without permission was that he was certain that Camillus wouldn't dare to punish him. After he returned, the first thing he did was to persuade Titus. That was because Titus had a high prestige among the soldiers. He could be considered the second in command of the army. With Titus' support, he could force Camillus to make concessions and even obtain the right to command the army. But before Quintus could fully express his meaning, the shrewd Titus had already made his position clear and shut Quintus' mouth. At this time, Quintus only felt anxious in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent. His right fist slammed heavily on the battlement. If it weren't for the fall of Rome, the information was cut off, and the fate of the senators was unknown. Otherwise, with his noble status as the patriarch of the Claudius clan, he would have long accused Camillus of passive avoidance of war and stripped him of his right to command. But without the support of the Senate, his prestige in the army was not high. Except for the citizens and hangers-on of the Claudius clan, there were probably no other citizen soldiers willing to listen to his command. Otherwise, why would he humbly accept the anger of a small noble like Titus here? Unity, Quintus sneered. You are willing to accept the command of Camillus, who has lost his courage, and watch Rome slowly fall, but I will not. Absolutely not. Quintus's angry roar silenced the surroundings. Titus watched him stride away, and there was a layer of worry in his heart. As the actual commander of these battles with the Dionysian army, he knew very well that it was not that Camillus did not want to adopt a more proactive strategy, but that even though the Dionia were in a state of attack, they did not let down their guard. Not only were there Dionia scouts patrolling around Saturnicum, but there were also tens of thousands of troops guarding the flanks of the siege troops. In order to avoid falling into the trap of the Battle of Gabi again, Camillus had to adopt forbearance to preserve his little strength and wait for a turnaround. But would the turnaround really come? Titus looked at the sweating soldiers in front of the city, thinking of the powerful Dionysian army and their terrible king, and his eyes were a little confused. In the city of Saturnicum, Servius found Licinius, who had become the mayor. Previously, Licinius was questioned by the generals led by Quintus because of his civilian identity, and he almost lost the power to command the soldiers in battle. But after returning to Saturnicum, precisely because of his civilian background, the dictator Camillus appointed him as the mayor of Saturnicum. Because Saturnicum was a newly established colony city of Rome, the people in the city were mainly civilians of Rome who had migrated there. Now that the army had been stationed for a long time, and most of the soldiers were citizens of Rome, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts and dissatisfaction among the people of Saturnicum. Not only was Licinius steady in his work, but his prestige among the civilians of Rome also made the people of Saturnicum more obedient. Camillus' appointment was obviously made after careful consideration. Since the army had been stationed until now, even when the Daionia army was approaching, the city of Saturnicum remained stable, which showed Licinius' role in it. Licinius and Servius were relatives. Licinius' son, Tolo, married Ambrosius' youngest daughter, and Servius married Ambrosius' eldest daughter. The two were brothers-in-law, but the relationship between the two was not very good, and they rarely interacted. Because Servius was a noble, arrogant, flamboyant, and looked down on civilians, he and Quintus got along well. When Quintus questioned Camillus' battle plan, he clearly supported him. In the end, Camillus sent Quintus to Antium, and, at the same time, put Servius in charge of the wounded barracks in the city, quietly depriving him of his right to command troops. Licinius, I hope to get your help, Servius said straightforwardly. What do you need me to do? Please tell me. Licinius said politely, but in his heart, he was a little dissatisfied. Is this the tone of asking for help? Servius obviously did not have the habit of observing other people's expressions. He complained loudly, "The dictator asked me to manage the wounded barracks, but it's not just a barracks, it's simply hell. Nearly 3,000 seriously injured soldiers are crowded in the small square. Not only is the ground covered in blood, groans are incessant, and the stench is overwhelming. 1/3 of the people do not have tents to cover themselves, and flies and mosquitoes are flying everywhere. It's very disgusting. It rained heavily the day before yesterday, and as a result, some of the wounded soldiers were drenched in the rain and died of fever." Servius looked pained. These are the warriors of Rome. They fought bravely for Rome. How can we abandon them so easily? Mars will punish us. So I hope you can vacate some houses for these wounded soldiers, send more people, so that they can be better settled and better taken care of. Looking at Servius' compassionate look, Licinius only wanted to vomit. He clearly remembered that when Camillus appointed Servius to manage the wounded barracks, the aristocratic general's face darkened, and he even jumped up and cursed, saying things like, "I will never care about those dead people." Later, he reluctantly accepted the appointment under the persuasion of the crowd. As far as he knew, he rarely went to inspect and manage the wounded barracks these days, and now he actually wanted to play the good guy. Licinius looked embarrassed, sighed, and said, "You are right. These warriors of Rome should indeed be taken good care of, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to vacate houses for them." Hearing this, Servius's face darkened. As if he did not see it, Licinius continued, "Sigh, in order to settle our 13,000 troops in the city, I have already spent a lot of effort. The residents of the entire residential area in the west of the city have been moved out to accommodate the troops, and they can only live together with the residents of other urban areas. The people in the city have already expressed their dissatisfaction with this, and we had a hard time appeasing them. If we have to find new accommodation for the wounded soldiers now, I am afraid that many of the residents in the city will have to move again. This will inevitably arouse the anger of the people and cause unrest in the city. In the face of the imminent battle with the Daionia, it is best to maintain the stability of the city." Servius immediately put on a stern face and loudly rebuked, "Licinius, for the sake of the interests of the civilians, you completely disregard the lives of the wounded soldiers and have the heart to let our warriors die in the wind and rain. Are you still worthy of being a Rome general?" Being accused in public, Licinius was furious. He knew that if he did not fight back and let these words reach the ears of the soldiers, it would inevitably cause the soldiers to resent him. So he immediately said sternly, "Servius, since you took over the wounded barracks, have you inspected the wounded barracks? Have you comforted the wounded soldiers who are groaning in pain? Have you instructed your men to build more tents to improve their living environment? You keep saying that you're doing this for the good of the wounded soldiers, but that is just a lie. The real truth is, due to your negligence, the wounded barracks were not properly repaired, causing the heavy rain to cause the deaths of some wounded soldiers. You should bear an important responsibility for this. You. Servius was indeed criticized because of the heavy rain. After Quintus came back, he reminded him to take care of the wounded soldiers. After all, a large number of wounded soldiers were more or less related to the soldiers in the army. Taking care of them would naturally win the morale of the army. Literature Museum. Chapter 888. Therefore, Servius came to Licinius. On the one hand, he wanted to make up for it, and, on the other hand, he wanted to shift the blame. However, he did not expect Licinius to be so ruthless and list his mistakes in public. This made Servius extremely angry, but he could not find a reason to refute. His face was red, and he finally roared, "You lowly commoner! Most of the civilians in the army have fled to surrender to the people of Dionia. Are you still here to be a spy? The dictator should have arrested you a long time ago. You civilians are not trustworthy at all." As soon as this remark came out, the people around him were in an uproar. Seeing that the situation was not good, Servius immediately left. "Damn it!" Licinius stared at Servius's back as he left, his face gloomy and terrifying. The coast from Carthage to Utica, which was more than 10 miles long, had now become a huge military camp. Thousands of citizens from Carthage and the Phoenician city-states, indigenous people from the Iberian Peninsula, nomads from Namibia, and even indigenous people from Mauritania and Gaul had gathered here one after another. The races with different appearances wore different costumes and spoke completely different languages. It was very lively, as if this place had become the center of the entire Mediterranean world. However, for the senators of the Carthage Senate, this huge military camp next to the city of Carthage was a potential terrible threat. Many races gathered here. Due to the language barrier, poor communication, different customs, and different interests, there were conflicts every day. The people of Carthage and Phoenicia living outside the city also complained to the Senate from time to time that they were harassed by the indigenous people. Fortunately, Brother Ma led his subordinates around and settled a lot of disputes. In addition, such a huge army would consume a lot of food and salary every day they stayed here. Therefore, the senators could not wait to send this terrible army to Sicily to harm the people of Dionia, so they sent people every day to urge Brother Mara to lead the army to land in Sicily as soon as possible. For Mara, he also hoped to land in Sicily as soon as possible. After all, he was busy solving these disputes every day, which gave him a headache. In the long run, the image of the Maganid family in the eyes of the people of Carthage would be ruined because of these unruly mercenaries. However, since the Carthage fleet was destroyed by the storm, new warships were still being built, while Dionia warships often cruised the waters west of Sicily, attacking the merchant ships of Carthage and its allies heading to Sicily, threatening the sea route between Carthage and Sicily. Therefore, without the protection of the fleet, how could Mara dare to let the soldiers take cargo ships, cross the sea, and land in Sicily? On this day, the Africa coast that had been sunny and hot finally had a light drizzle, and a strong sea breeze blew. The temperature finally dropped, and the soldiers who had been enduring the scorching heat ran out of their tents to enjoy this rare coolness. Even the Iberian natives took off their clothes and used the rain to wash their bodies. At the same time, they shouted excitedly. Their sturdy bodies and ferocious appearance made it so that no one dared to look at them with contempt. At this time, Mara also walked out of the central tent and looked at the big flag standing in front of the tent, lost in thought. Under the sea breeze, the flag had been fluttering toward the northeast. At this time, Anubis walked toward him. During the battle with the Dionysian fleet, the storm also destroyed the double-headed dragon ship that the commander of the Carthage navy was on. He was pushed to the coast of Mazara by the turbulent waves and was finally rescued. But he was soon ordered to return to Carthage to be questioned by the Senate, who wanted to hold him accountable for causing the annihilation of the Carthage fleet. Fortunately, Hanno secretly instructed Tepenrako, Ochradan, and other elders to exonerate him, claiming that the Dionysian fleet had more warships and was more powerful. Although Anubis had caused heavy losses to his warships, he had also used the storm to destroy the opponent's fleet, ensuring the safety of Carthage and the western waters of Sicily. His merits outweighed his faults. Therefore, not only was he not punished, but he continued to serve as the commander of the Carthage navy, but now he was just a figurehead. Of course, this decision of the Carthage Senate took place a few days after the sea battle. If it was now, the elders would not have let Anubis off so easily. After all, the Dionia warships continued to show off their strength in the western waters of Sicily that Carthage used to control, bringing a heavy blow to Carthage's sea trade, making Anubis's previous statement that the Dionysian fleet was also destroyed a lie. So later, the Senate and Mara reached a consensus. Anubis and the Carthage fleet led by him would be under Mara's direct command. This was originally very different from the proposal that the army would be under Mara's command and the navy would be under Anubis's command, advocated by Hanno. This showed the anger of the people of Carthage against Anubis. Lord Mara, Anubis walked closer and bowed respectfully. The criticism he had suffered during this period of time had made him cautious and cautious. What did the Tyrians say? Mara asked directly. The Tyrians refused to provide escort for our landing fleet. Anubis said softly. They also said they will not accept our command and will decide the timing and sea area of the attack themselves. We, Carthage, have worked hard to transport gold and silver for them for decades so that they could live comfortably under the rule of Persia, and in return, this is the answer we get. They brought warships to the Western Mediterranean just to put on a show. What use is a motherland like this to us? Brother Margot threw a tantrum, while Anrobas stood quietly on the side and listened. Does Hanno know about this? Mara suddenly asked. I have informed the Senate, and the Senate has asked Lord Hanno to send someone to negotiate with the Tyrians. Anubis answered carefully. It seems that the Phoenician coalition fleet can't be counted on for the time being. Mara did not show any frustration on his face. He had obviously received information in advance and expected such a result. So he glanced at Anubis and said, I called you over to tell you that I have decided to lead the army to land in Sicily tomorrow. Tomorrow. Anubis was really shocked. He stared at Mara with wide eyes. Mara also looked at Anubis with an unusually determined expression. Then he raised his head and pointed to the fluttering flag in front of him. Do you see that? It's the southwest wind. I have questioned many of the old sailors of Carthage and Utica, and all of them have agreed that the same wind and the same rain will come on the morrow. The fast ships I sent out to scout the enemy, and the merchant ships that returned to the port all told me that there was no trace of Dionia warships on the route today. So, it is very likely that they will not appear tomorrow. But, if the weather is still like this tomorrow, the wind and waves will be strong on the sea, and it will be very difficult to land. Besides, the weather at sea is unpredictable. If we encounter it again, Anubis's words came to an abrupt halt, but the fear that appeared on his face made it clear what he wanted to say. A storm. Margot softly spat out the words that Anubis wanted to say. Then, with a determined expression, he said, Since you think so, the Dionians must have the same fear. That's why they didn't send out their warships today. Tomorrow, they will still be holed up in the harbor. That's the best chance for us to land. Without the help of the Tyrians, our army can also land in Sicily without the threat of the Dionysian fleet. Then, we could surprise the Dionia and launch a sudden attack. If we really encounter another storm, it means that Bar Harmon is no longer protecting Carthage. No matter how much effort we put in, it would all be in vain. But this is impossible, because our Carthage is under the protection of Bar Harmon and Tanit. We have already lived here for hundreds of years, and we will continue to live here. But Anubis still wanted to persuade him, but Mara had already impatiently waved his hand to stop him. "I did not call you here to listen to your nagging, but to discuss and formulate a landing plan with me as soon as possible, and then inform the cities of Carthage and Utica to make all preparations as soon as possible." "All right, Lord Mara, I object to such a risk, but since you insist, I can only listen to your orders." Anubis knew Mara well, and knew that it was useless to persuade him again. He spoke in such a tone, with the intention that if the landing failed, he could also use this as an excuse. The next day, as expected, it drizzled on the coast where Carthage was located, and a southwest wind blew. It even affected the western part of Sicily. Usually, in such a weather, the laborers at the port of Lille would be relatively idle, because very few merchant ships would go to sea to trade in such weather. However, due to the ravages of the Dionia warships, only in such weather could the merchant ships of Carthage and the Phoenicians be safe. Yesterday, the port of Lille was relatively busy, and it seemed that the situation would not be bad today. So early in the morning, the port management personnel rushed the laborers to the dock. Among the laborers in Lille, there were no Carthage people. After all, almost all Carthage people came from wealthy families, and no one would do such laborious and menial work. More than half of the laborers were Namibian slaves, but these Namibians who grew up inland were only suitable for some hard and menial work. As for how to guide the ships to the dock, fix the ships, better load, and unload the cargo, some of the more demanding port work, such as guiding the ships to the dock, fixing the ships, and better loading and unloading the goods, needed other races with sailing experience to complete. Therefore, there were some Greek slaves, mixed Phoenician and Greek free people, and even Greek free people among the laborers in Lille. This was the result of the Phoenicians and Greeks living together on this small island for hundreds of years. Chapter 889. If it was more than 10 years ago, most of the laborers in the port of Lille were Greek freedmen, and there were very few Namibian slaves. However, the kingdom of Dionia occupied the eastern part of Sicily, absorbing Greek freedmen, and Carthage's conquest of Namibia changed the situation. Braving the drizzle and the wet and cold sea breeze, the laborers rushed to the dock while trembling. At this time, the sky was still bright. Although the port was open, no ships had yet come in. The laborers took the opportunity to squat under the eaves of the warehouse on the shore, seizing the time to rest. Not long after, they heard noisy footsteps. Hundreds of Carthage soldiers poured into the port and began to drive away the idle people in the port, strengthening the patrol of the port. Looking at the docks that had suddenly become heavily guarded, the workers were shocked. "Look, Governor Imazir is here," someone shouted in surprise, and the surrounding atmosphere became more tense. At this time, the official in charge of the labor management ran over and scolded in exasperation. "Get up, lazy people. Before Lord Margot leads the army to the port, you immediately clear all the obstacles and garbage at the port and ensure that the road is smooth and clean, and those old ships docked at the port, immediately pull them away. Quick, quick! If anyone dares to slack off, I will let him know how powerful I am." Accompanied by the officers' roar, the supervisors cracked their leather whips. The laborers were immediately like frightened rabbits. Under the lead of the foreman, they quickly ran to the dock. Among them, there was a middle-aged laborer with a stooped back. The originally dull eyes of the middle-aged laborer lit up at this moment. Carthage's army actually chose to cross the sea in such a weather and land at Lille. How bold! I wonder if Flarios has sent a clipper to detect the enemy's action. About an hour later, the first troop ship entered Lille Bay. The sailors on board had furled their sails. They shouted a chant and paddled their oars to the pier nearest to them. Then they sailed into the second ship, the third ship. Not long after, the port was filled with transport ships. Seeing that there was a ship approaching the pier, the foreman led a dozen laborers and quickly ran over. They hooked the side of the ship with iron hooks in their hands so that one side of the ship was completely attached to the pier. Then they tied the ship's mooring to the wooden stakes and placed a wooden plank on it, allowing the soldiers to disembark. Usually, the workers were very familiar with this set of procedures to help stop the ship and dock, But under the interference of the cold wind and drizzle, it became a little difficult, because the pier became slippery and the ship had to exert more strength under the turbulent waves to pull it. The workers kept slipping on the pier, and falling into the sea became a very common phenomenon. Even when the ship collided in the port, it was not uncommon to see soldiers falling into the water. Even though Imazir had made some preparations for the landing of the army, the port was still in chaos. However, no matter how chaotic the Lily port was, ships of soldiers still boarded the dock continuously and gathered densely on the shore of the port. Amidst the noise and clamor, they lined up in columns and left the port one after another, entering the city of Lily. In the eyes of the hunchbacked middle-aged laborer, the first to disembark should be the Carthage soldiers. In fact, they were more Phoenicians. These rumored to be delicate Carthage people appeared very calm. There was little noise and chaos throughout the entire process of disembarking, and they obeyed the commands of the team officers very well. After that, many dark-skinned, slender Namibian soldiers, in fact, there were some Mauritanians among them, came ashore. These rumored free and undisciplined nomads were unexpectedly able to obey orders during the disembarking process and quickly disembarked to assemble. Of course, there were also soldiers who moved undisciplined. These natives with their upper bodies bare, embroidered with strange tattoos, and ferocious-looking faces were said to be the Celts from the Iberian Peninsula, although they were not used to taking a ship and kept vomiting from the turbulent waves. And when they came ashore, they staggered left and right and looked pale, but their tall and strong bodies still made him nervous. What concerned the laborer the most was the murderous aura emanating from these soldiers, which only veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time would have. It seemed that this time Carthage's army was not easy to deal with. He looked at the transport ships that were still entering and leaving the port entrance and hid his worries in his heart. In this landing, Margot arranged the landing site of the main Iberian force that had followed him for many years at the port of Lily and its vicinity. In fact, the entire Carthage army of more than 80,000 people landed on the entire coast from Azara to Eryx. Not only were there the ports of various towns, but there were also beaches where ships could dock. Margot hoped to be able to send soldiers, supplies, horses, and so on to Sicily as soon as possible, so as to avoid being discovered by the Dionia people and being attacked by their fleet. For this reason, not only Carthage and Utica dispatched a large number of ships, but Hadramedum, Ruspina, Ljiljalai, and other Phoenix city-states on the coast of Africana had also provided ships to help transport troops. Therefore, the entire sea area from western Sicily to Africana was a spectacle. Countless ships covered the surface of the sea, as if they were laying out a huge pontoon bridge connecting the two places. Everywhere along the coast of western Sicily, exhausted soldiers could be seen gathering on the beach, frightened war horses running around, and shouts and neighs of horses could be heard one after another, from Azara to Eryx. In the governor's mansion in the city of Serenus, Adjutant Mukru gently pushed open the door of the study. Leotychides was sitting alone in the room. The commander of the kingdom of Dionia, in charge of the war, in Sicily, sat motionless on a wooden chair like a puppet, staring intently at the map of Sicily hanging on the wall. Having followed Leotychides for some time, Mukru knew that this commander had some strange habits, so he did not speak, but stood quietly behind Leotychides. After an unknown amount of time, Mukru felt that his eyelids were fighting to stay open. Suddenly, he heard Leotychides ask, "Yesterday, about 20,000 Iberian troops who had been entrenched in Palmos suddenly marched south and entered the city of Lily. What do you think is the reason?" Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that Carthage's Iberian governor Margot became the military commander, and the conflict between the Iberian army and Carthage's army no longer exists. Suddenly being asked about this, Mukru did not have time to think deeply, and threw out a reason that he thought was reasonable. Leotychides did not turn his head, still sitting upright, and continued to ask, "It has been a long time since Margot became the military commander of Carthage. Why did the Iberian army in Palmos only set off to enter Lily yesterday?" Mukru heard a trace of dissatisfaction in Leotychides' words. This time he thought for a while before answering cautiously, It may be because we've been constantly sending soldiers to harvest the wheat fields outside the cities of Mazara, Segesta, Lily, and even Eryx. I'm afraid that the Iberian army came from the north coast to strengthen the military power of Carthage's people here and to restrain our wheat harvesting operation. After Mukru said this, seeing that Leotychides did not respond, he thought for a while and added with uncertainty, it may also be to cooperate with the military operations of Carthage's people. After a while, Leotychides faintly replied, the military operations of Carthage? Other than landing in Sicily, what else can they do? Tagru suddenly felt a shock in his heart. At this time, Leotychides stood up, looked at Mukru, and said in a low voice, go inform the cavalry corps to send out the best cavalry scouts for me. These few days, carefully investigate the movements of the enemy in Lily, Eryx, and these cities. Report immediately if there are any abnormalities. Yes. Mukru's voice was a little low, because he knew that from the current situation, the only weakness of the Dionysian army compared to Carthage's army was the cavalry. The commander's order had determined that the 4th Cavalry Corps would inevitably pay a certain amount of casualties. At the same time, send out 5 reserve brigades to follow these scouts, to protect our scouts from being attacked by the Namibian cavalry. The next words of Leotychides made Mukru breathe a sigh of relief. With the support of 5,000 reserve heavy infantry, the safety of the Dionia scouts was guaranteed. Also, go tell Miltias to send out more fast ships to the west of Sicily to investigate the movements of Carthage's army across the sea. After Leotychides finished, Mukru's expression became awkward. He said, Sir Commander, I came to the study to tell you that our fleet is still the same as yesterday, and not a single warship has been sent to the west of the sea. According to the information I have gathered, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltias, said to his subordinates, they are not familiar with the sea conditions here. If they go out to sea in such bad weather, it is very likely that they will encounter the same fate as before. He must be responsible for the lives of every warship's crew and not let them die in vain without any achievements. In such weather, Carthage's people are also worried and will not make any big moves. Listening to Mukru's words, Leotychides' face was frighteningly gloomy. He snorted softly. This new commander of the Sicilian fleet has been frightened by the storm. He is much less courageous than Sicilian. You still have to go to the port and tell Miltias personally that it is my order to send out fast ships to patrol the west of Sicily in the next 2 days. Chapter 890. Commander, do you want to inform Governor Cypros? Mukru hesitated. Leotychides faintly replied, it's too far. There's not enough time. His Majesty should have put the Sicilian fleet under my command. That would have saved us a lot of trouble. Hurry up and carry out the order. Miltias' response was not out of Mukru's expectations. Not only did he reject Leotychides' proposal to let him patrol, but he also had Mukru bring a message to Leotychides, tactfully reminding him that the Sicilian fleet was not under his command and that he should not worry about the Navy's affairs. Leotychides lost his temper in the mansion, but there was nothing he could do. In the afternoon, the scouts returned to Serenus with bad news. They found many Carthage soldiers and ships gathered on the coast from Mazara to Lily. The Carthage army was disembarking. Leotychides made a quick judgment. Send someone to inform Miltias. Let him do as he sees fit. The corner of Leotychides' mouth twitched as he said sarcastically. It seemed that Miltias' previous response had upset him. Gather the 8th Legion and the reserve troops immediately. Follow me to attack the coast of Mazara. Finally, Leotychides gave the order. Yes, sir. In order to understand and supervise the boarding of the entire army at the ports of Carthage and Utica, Margot was almost at the forefront of the last batch of ships to enter the port of Lily. As soon as he arrived at the dock, he was warmly welcomed by the governor of Lilyby, Imizir, the acting commander-in-chief of the Carthaginian army, Ade Micah, and other officials. Everyone crowded him into the governor's mansion like he was the moon. Margot had just sat down, but before he could say anything, the news of tens of thousands of Dionysian army leaving Serenus and marching west came. Most of the people present felt nervous, but Brother Mar resolutely ordered, "Gather the troops immediately and intercept them." Lily Bay was a military fortress, and there were several barracks in the city. Previously, there were more than 10,000 Namibian soldiers stationed there, the original army led by Monty Adino, and yesterday, about 20,000 Iberian soldiers led by Hasdrubal were stationed there. Brother Ma ordered his men to quickly assemble them, and for the sake of caution, he also brought along the 6,000 Iberian soldiers who had just landed in the city. Leotikides led the army against the wind and rain, and the normal march became a little difficult, so it took them nearly 3 hours to get close to Mazara city. At this moment, he received a report from his scouts that a Carthage army, numbering no less than 30,000, was approaching them from Lille. Since the Battle of Minoa and the Dionysian army's capture of Serenus, Leotikides had tried various ways to lure the enemy holed up in Lille, Segesta, Mazara, and other cities out of the city to fight in order to achieve another victory, but he had not succeeded. Now that Carthage's army had finally left the city, Leotikides hesitated. Although the Battle of Maloya exposed the low morale and combat effectiveness of the Carthage army at that time, this did not make Leotikides arrogant. Through intelligence, he knew that the Iberian army that had captured Celindium could not be underestimated, and the Carthage army that was now rushing from Lily Bay must also be the main force, and the number of soldiers far exceeded the number of troops he led. During the time that the Dionysian army was stationed in Serenus, because there had been no fighting, many soldiers of the friendly city-states had returned to their homes to prepare for the upcoming harvest season. After the Second Fleet arrived in Sicily, Miltiades had protested to Leotikides that the outstanding crew of the Dionian navy had been converted into light infantry without authorization to serve as the auxiliary of the legion in battle, referring to some of the tens of thousands of Sicilian sailors who had survived the storm. He also reported the matter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and in the end, Leotikides had to let these sailors return to the naval base in the Catania Plains. Therefore, the number of troops Leotikides led now was just over 20,000, and there were still more than 3,000 friendly soldiers left in the city of Serenus. This was all the troops he had in western Sicily. He originally thought that the landing of the Carthage army in such bad weather would inevitably cause a moment of chaos, but he did not expect the Carthage army to attack so quickly. His gaze swept across the fully armored legionnaires beside him. Their faces were drenched in rain, showing their exhaustion. After a moment of hesitation, Leotikides, who had never been reckless in battle, dismissed the idea of fighting the Carthage army. He ordered the army to stop advancing and immediately return to Serenus. The soldiers, who had made a wasted trip and were drenched, complained about this. Leotikides did not care about this. What he cared about was whether the Sicilian fleet would be able to gain anything. After Miltiades received the reminder from his adjutant, Muckru, and due to his terrible relationship with Leotikides, he did not fully believe Muckru's words. Therefore, he did not immediately lead the fleet out to sea, but instead sent a speedboat to patrol the western seas. After receiving confirmation, he hurriedly led the fleet out of the port. As the fleet sailed against the wind, it was already dusk by the time they bypassed the Cape and arrived at the sea near Mazara. The sea that was bustling with ships had basically regained its calm. The landing of the Carthaginian army had ended, and the transportation of the military supplies and horses had also been completed by more than half. The Carthage speedboat, which had been observing the movements of the Dionysian fleet, quickly notified the ships that were still on the way. Some of them immediately returned to Carthage, while others rushed to the beaches and ports of Sicily. Therefore, the Dionysian fleet searched the waters for a period of time and only managed to sink or capture a dozen cargo ships. Although they occasionally looked at the many Carthage ships docked on the beaches, they did not dare to approach and attack because there were many Carthage soldiers on the beaches. It was obviously foolish for the navy to give up their advantages to fight on land. Moreover, because the sky was dark and the waves were strong, 2 warships accidentally hit the rocks and sank. Therefore, Miltiades had no choice but to order the fleet to return. During the journey, he was depressed. He was largely responsible for the successful landing of the Carthage army in Sicily. Be it His Majesty the Devers or the Ministry of Military Affairs, they would not turn a blind eye to this. Over the next few days, the situation in the western part of Sicily presented an eerie calm. On the Carthage side, Margot was busy reorganizing the disorderly army after the landing and transporting the scattered supplies on the coast back to Lille. At the same time, he also took the time to meet with the officials of the Carthage kingdom and the envoys of the allies to understand the situation in Sicily in detail. He even summoned the Sicaire leader Arcones, who had been neglected by Maut. On the Dionia side, Leotychides no longer sent troops to destroy the opponent's fields and villages. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to strengthen the city's defenses. In fact, he had been doing this ever since he occupied Selinus. He knew very well that the Battle of Minoa was not enough to hurt Carthage. Instead, it would lead to a more violent counterattack from Carthage. The southern coast of Sicily was the main offensive route of the Carthage army. Selinus, which was located at the starting point of this route, was very important. As long as they held on to it, it would create a great obstacle for the Carthage army to further attack the territories of the Dionia's friendly city-states on the south coast. This would help to achieve the strategic goal that the king of Devers had given him. At the same time, Leotychides also sent messengers back to Catanae to inform Cypros of the new battle situation. He also asked for reinforcements from the friendly city-states such as Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela to strengthen the defense of Selinus. Leotychides hoped that the battle would happen as late as possible, but Margot could not wait any longer. After all, he had promised in the Senate that he would drive the Dionia out of Sicily within a year. So 3 days later, the mighty Carthage army surrounded Selinus. Margot ordered the army to start building the camp, and, at the same time, let the engineers and carpenters build the siege equipment. After the camp had begun to take shape, he began to send out thousands of light infantry formed by the various allies of Sicily to gradually clear the traps and obstacles on the periphery of Selinus. Of course, Leotychides would not allow the enemy to approach the trench so easily. So not only did he order the defenders at the top of the city to launch fierce long-range attacks on any enemy that entered the attack range of the city, but from time to time, he also organized hundreds or thousands of light-armored soldiers to sneak out of the city to attack the enemy who was busy clearing the obstacles. Leotychides' proactive defensive tactics caused a lot of damage to the Carthage soldiers who were clearing the obstacles under the city, but after a few days, the encirclement of Carthage was still gradually shrinking. For Margot, who had about 120,000 troops, a few casualties were simply scratching an itch through his boots, and it did not affect him in the slightest. With the support of a strong military force, Carthage's cleaning work outside Selinus had never been interrupted. As the Carthage army methodically advanced under the city and strengthened their defense against surprise attacks by the defenders, the Dionysian army also reduced the number of attacks outside the city after suffering a few small losses. Soon, Carthage's men placed dozens of ballistae in front of the city and continuously bombarded the city walls with stone bullets. Since the Legion of Dionysia usually trained in attacking and defending the city walls, they naturally had their own research on how to defend against the ballistae. In addition to letting the ballistae on the city walls and inside the city accurately strike the enemy's ballistae, Leotychides also ordered the soldiers to collect a large number of fishing nets from the port fishermen, hang them down from the top of the city, and cover the walls to cushion the impact of the stone bullets. Chapter 891. Carthage was not Rome. The many years of war with Syracuse had given his army rich experience in sieging cities, and he had sufficient technical capabilities to carry out the siege plan. Margot saw that the effects of the ballista attacks were not obvious. After some thought, he ordered the construction of a wall 100 meters away from Selinus. Not only did it have to completely surround Selinus, but its height must also not be lower than Selinus city walls. This way, not only could it prevent a surprise attack from Dionia, but it could also suppress the enemy's long-range attacks, which would be beneficial for the next attack. Under Margot's command, the entire barracks of nearly 100,000 soldiers and countless laborers transporting supplies began to move under the guidance of the engineers. The defenders of Dionia discovered the enemy's intentions. They had launched several surprise attacks outside the city, but were repelled by the well-prepared Carthage. 3 days later, the prototype of a mud wall surrounding Serenus rose from the ground. While the soldiers of Dionia were still in shock, in the residence of the governor of Serenus, the commander of the kingdom of Dionia, Leotychides, met with the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltiades. Ever since Leotychides incorporated the crew of the Sicilian fleet into his army without the approval of the Ministry of Military Affairs, violating the interests of the Dionia navy, and was discovered by the newly appointed Miltiades, the two sides fell out. Miltiades moved to the port and did not meet with Leotychides again. The reason why he came to the city to discuss this time was because he had no other choice. As Miltiades was worried about the occurrence of a storm, he stopped the warships patrolling the western waters of Sicily, allowing Carthage's army to easily land in Sicily. This was a huge military mistake. If Leotychides were to add insult to injury and report to the Ministry of Military Affairs, saying that he had repeatedly reminded the Sicilian fleet not to stop the blockade of the Western Sea because of the bad weather, but the commander of the Sicilian fleet stubbornly refused to listen, which led to a drastic change in the war situation in Sicily. This would not only increase the ill will of the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs towards Miltiades, but it could also ruin his military career in the future. That was why Miltiades had come with the mentality of admitting defeat. When Leotychides saw him, he did not mention anything about the Carthage army landing. Instead, he said directly, "Miltiades, I'm preparing to attack the Carthage camp at night. I need your navy's help." Upon hearing that, Miltiades' mind raced, and he hesitantly said, "A night raid on Carthage's camp? Are you preparing to launch a surprise attack from the sea? The Carthage have placed many sentries along the coast of Serenus. They are prepared. It is said that there are more than 100,000 people in the camp. How many soldiers do we have to send to launch a surprise attack to cause chaos in the Carthage camp? If we don't succeed, there is a risk of total annihilation." Leotychides could hear the hint of excitement in Miltiades' hesitation. In order to convince this colleague of his, he had to spend some time and patiently explained, "I won't let the soldiers land on the coast nearby. That would make it easier for the Carthage to discover us. The location I chose is here." Leotychides pointed at a rough sketch on the table that depicted the surroundings of Serenus city and the Carthage camp. Miltiades hesitated for a moment before moving closer to Leotychides. Upon a closer look, he realized that the spot he was pointing at was right between Serenus and Germ. Ever since he became the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltiades had been commanding the flagship to cruise along the south coast of Sicily to familiarize himself with the environment. This was also a skill that high-ranking Diolian generals had to possess. At this moment, a rough image of the location appeared in his mind. There was indeed a small beach there, which was easy to land on. However, he reminded, the coast from Germ to Serenus is uneven. It's not easy to travel during the day, and I'm afraid it will be even more difficult at night. This is the reason why I chose to land here." Leotychides said confidently, "The coastal environment there is complicated. In addition, the Carthage have just landed in Sicily, and they are still unfamiliar with the coast towards Germ. This way, we can avoid being discovered by the enemy. I've asked the fishermen at the port. Tonight will be a full moon. After landing, the soldiers can use the moonlight to sneak into the forest near the coast. After about 2 hours of marching, they can approach the Carthage camp." Leotychides' finger moved to the pattern of the Carthage camp and continued. "According to my careful observation at the top of the city, as well as the report from the soldiers who left the city for a surprise attack, I think that the Iberian army, led by Margo, should be to the north of us, and the army from Carthage is to the east and west of us. Most of their soldiers should be Namibians, and they're also the main force in building the wall these few days. They must be very tired after working hard during the day and will fall asleep at night. In these days, the Carthage army has focused their entire defense on protecting the wall that is being built, and I'm afraid they have neglected to guard the rear of their camp. The possibility of our surprise attack is very high. When the time comes, I will also gather 10,000 heavy infantry in the city. When the surprise attack causes chaos in the Carthage camp, We will immediately rush out of the city, break through the wall, and attack the Carthage camp to receive them back to the city. If the situation is very favorable to us, we can continue to attack. What if the surprise attack fails? Miltiades suddenly interrupted him. Leotychides had already thought about it. He said unhurriedly, I will let them escape east into the mountains and finally return through Minoa. Miltiades did not speak. He knew that there were allies in the mountains to the east, the Cycles. As long as they escaped into the mountains, the possibility of safe return was very high. He carefully looked at the sketch on the table, his eyes focused on the target of the night attack, which was located at the east of Salina City, the Carthage camp. Perhaps because the Carthage had a strong military force, the camp was built a mile away from the city. Standing at the top of the city, one could roughly see the Carthage camp, so Leotychides was able to infer the general layout of the Carthage camp. He did not have much doubt. At this time, Leotychides said, I will send the 8th Legion's Light Armor Brigade and 1,000 reserve soldiers to carry out this surprise attack. I hope that the Sicilian fleet's infantry can also participate in this operation. No. Miltiades instinctively wanted to refuse, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it would be a good thing for him if the fleet's infantrymen were to participate in this night raid. It would make up for his previous mistakes, and he immediately changed his mind. Of course, that's not a problem. Our fleet's infantrymen are best at landing raids. I'll have them all join this raid. Previously, the 4th Fleet that Miltiades led had 43 oared warships, 30 of which were Raven warships. Thus, there were 1,200 infantrymen, and in addition to those who survived the storm, he had about 3,000 infantrymen under his command. This way, the number of soldiers participating in the surprise attack would reach 5,000. Leotychides was satisfied. This was one of the main reasons he called Miltiades over. And with the participation of the infantry in this night attack, Miltiades also became more proactive. He spent a long time perfecting the surprise attack plan with Leotychides. Margot was awakened from his sleep. He was shocked to hear the news of Dionia attacking the camp. At this time, faint sounds of fighting reached his ears. He hurried out of the tent and asked anxiously, which camp is under attack? How many enemies are there? It should be in the middle of the east camp. I don't know how many enemies there are. The adjutant replied hurriedly. Margot walked out of the tent. The sounds of fighting and screams became clearer, and there were constant exclamations. The night attack of the Dionia had begun to alarm the soldiers in the other camps. Margot looked to the east. Even with the moonlight shining, the camp of nearly 100,000 troops stretched for more than 10 miles. Just the central camp alone was a few miles away from the scene of the incident. At a glance, it was dark, and he could not see anything at all. Margot listened carefully for a while. Although the shouts and screams were getting louder, he did not panic. During the conquest of southern Iberia, he had encountered too many night attacks and was already very experienced. He immediately decisively said to his adjutant, send messengers to the camps and inform the generals to control the soldiers in their camps and prepare for defense. Without my orders, no one is allowed to lead troops to rescue without my orders. If anyone disobeys my orders, I will crucify him. The reason why Margot was so harsh was because the eastern camp was mainly garrisoned with the army formed by Carthage, and most of its generals were nobles of Carthage. Margot had left Carthage for more than 10 years, and some people might ignore his existence and act without authorization. The messengers rushed away, and the generals of the central camp quickly rushed to the big tent after receiving the urgent summons. Margot once again directly ordered them, immediately gather your soldiers. Except for Tarka, who will lead his troops to defend the camp. The rest of the army will follow me to rescue the attack camp. Before Margot's voice died away, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the tent. Some people in the tent heard it, and their expressions changed. The adjutant rushed in and shouted eagerly, Sir, the Dionia sent troops from the city and attacked the camp in the east. Margot looked calm and even showed a smile. Listening to this sound, I'm afraid the Dionia sent a lot of soldiers. That's great. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. and then it will be much easier to attack Serene city. Chapter 892. The strong military force gave Magu enough confidence. He didn't care about a few casualties, and his words also made the generals excited. Margot then said to his adjutant, "Immediately send someone to inform Ade Micah in the southern camp. Let him organize 10,000 soldiers and rush to the eastern camp as our backup." "Yes, sir." Margot looked around at the crowd and said in stiff Celtic language, "Lutham, you and your people will be the vanguard." The Celtic leader Lutham, whose appearance and attire were obviously different from the others, replied in a low, muffled voice, "Oh." Lutham was a Lusitanian, a fierce and warlike race that lived widely in the northwest of Iberia. They had once caused great trouble for Margot's expansion in the Iberian Peninsula and even threatened his rule in the southern part of Iberia. In the end, Margot had no choice but to sign a peace treaty with them. This time, he moved several large tribes of the race with generous benefits, and they formed an army of about 8,000 men to follow Margot to conquer Sicily. Lutham was only one of the leaders of the tribe. Since the battle at night relied more on individual strength, it was advantageous for them to perform well. About 10 minutes later, the army of the Central Army left the southern gate of the camp. They followed the mud wall and advanced towards the eastern camp that was in chaos. When evening came, Leotychides went up to the eastern wall and watched Carthage's camp attentively. He waited until the opposite camp was filled with battle cries and clamor before he temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. He then immediately ordered the 8th Legion and reserve soldiers to form 10,000 heavy infantry to rush out of the city and continue attacking the enemy's camp that was in chaos. At the same time, the meticulous Leotychides did not forget to send a small team of scouts to climb over the mud wall and hide in front of the various camps of Carthage, while the enemy's attention was distracted by the night attack. They reported what they saw in time so that he could understand the enemy's situation in detail. Therefore, even when he learned that the ambushing troops had already converged and completely crushed the enemy's resistance, he did not feel excited. On the contrary, he felt uneasy when he found out that most of the soldiers in Carthage's camps and other regions did not rush over to help after gathering. Instead, they were stationed at the borders of their respective camps. As expected, the assault troops wanted to drive the defeated soldiers to destroy the neighboring camps and continue to spread the chaos. But their progress was a little slow. At this moment, another urgent message came. Carthage's central camp had already sent out troops, and they were rushing to the east along the earthen wall. Leotychides immediately realized that Carthage's people wanted to cut off the night raid's way of retreat and surround and annihilate them. The Dionia soldiers who participated in the night attack were the main forces under Leotychides' command. She had been standing at the top of the city wall, observing the progress of the battle, in order to prevent such a thing from happening. Woo, woo, woo. The buglers who had been standing at the top of the city walls for a long time immediately blew the bugles for retreat. Before they set off, the assaulting soldiers, who had been repeatedly warned by their commander, heard the horn sound. They reminded each other to stop chasing after the routed soldiers. Before they retreated, they did one last thing, which was to burn down the camp. The reinforcements led by Margot had not arrived yet. The news that the Dionia people had retreated back to the city was indeed beyond his expectation. In his opinion, after the Dionia people succeeded in the night attack, they would definitely take advantage of the victory to chase after the routed soldiers and expand the victory. This would give him time to surround them. However, the calmness and decisiveness of the Dionia people made his plan fail, and the reinforcements that came in a hurry had to become a firefighting team. As the vanguard, the Lusitanians chased after the routed soldiers unwillingly, but they were attacked by the long-range attacks of the well-prepared defenders at the top of the city wall. After paying some casualties, they had to retreat resentfully. In this night attack, the Dionia people only suffered more than 400 casualties, but it caused nearly 4,000 deaths and injuries in the Carthage army, half of which were caused by the Carthage soldiers pushing and trampling each other as they fled at night. At the same time, 1/3 of the eastern barracks area was burned to the ground. The Carthage army could be said to have suffered heavy losses. After Margot returned to the main tent, he couldn't sleep. He was still brooding over this failure. The tenacious fighting spirit and tactical flexibility of the Dionia people, who were far inferior to him, shocked him. It also made him realize that the huge force numbed him and made his reaction to the battle slow. After learning from the painful experience, the next day he used this reason to forcefully dismiss most of the Carthage generals. He let the senior team officers who had followed him in the Iberian Peninsula for many years take over the Carthage army and began to reorganize and train them. At the same time, he suspended the construction of the earth wall and stepped up the repair of the simple camp. Of course, the fire last night caused the Carthage people to lose a lot of supplies. Margot also sent a messenger to inform the governor of Lily, Imazir, to send a batch of supplies to the camp. There was no shortage of supplies in the city of Lily for the time being, but there was a lack of manpower, so they had to temporarily recruit labor from the port. When a transport team was about to arrive at the Carthage camp, there was an accident. A laborer from the port, on the excuse of stomach discomfort, left the transport team and tried to escape from the team. Halfway through, he was discovered by the patrolling cavalry. Under their pursuit, the laborer jumped off the cliff and fell into the sea. For the Carthage people, this was a trivial matter, and no one mentioned it after the transport team arrived at the camp. These 2 days, Miltia's uneasy mood improved a little because the Sicilian fleet had made a great effort in the night attack the night before. Not only did they win a big victory, but they also suffered light casualties. He believed that the Ministry of Military Affairs would be less dissatisfied with him after receiving the news of this victory. After breakfast, he prepared to go to the dock and command the fleet to leave the port and cruise the waters west of Sicily. Although the Carthage army had landed in Sicily, to support such a large army, it was not enough to rely on the help of the Carthage allies in the west of Sicily. More supplies needed to be continuously transported from the Africa continent across the sea. This required the Sicilian fleet to cut off the shipping route between Carthage and Sicily. As time passed, the Carthage army would fall into a predicament of insufficient supplies, so Miltiades did not dare to slack off any longer. But before he could leave the house, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open and a guard rushed in. "General, good news. Lord Sicerian is still alive. He's back." Miltiades was shocked. Looking at the excited guard, he asked subconsciously, "Who did you say is alive?" "Miltiades, with the blessing of Hades, of course I'm still alive." Along with this familiar voice, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Ah, Lord Sicerian." Miltiades hurriedly gave a military salute. At this time, Sicerian's face was thin, and he looked exhausted. He was tightly wrapped in a red cloak. He said urgently, "Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving to death." Inform the kitchen to reheat the oatmeal and bread and fry a few fish. Miltiades hurriedly ordered the guard. "Reheat what? Just bring the bread and oatmeal over." "I'll fill my stomach first," Sicerian said impatiently. Then he turned around and said to the fleet soldiers who had accompanied him here, "Brothers, hurry back to carry out your mission. You'll be punished if you delay. After I've rested, I'll have a good chat with you." The large group of sailors who were crowding outside the door listened to Sicerian's persuasion. They reluctantly left the house and returned to the dock. The news that Sicerian had returned alive quickly spread throughout the fleet. Every crew member was excited because the Navy commander and hero that they thought was dead had returned. This was simply a miracle. Looking at Sicerian wolfing down his breakfast, Miltiades' words were stuck in his throat. Sicerian burped and stopped eating. He placed his hands on the wooden table and stared blankly at the clay pot filled with oatmeal. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "On the way here, my brothers told me. Flarios died in battle, and the entire Sicilian fleet was destroyed by the storm. Many of our brothers drowned." Miltiades watched Sicerian's body slowly lean forward as if he was going to collapse on the wooden table. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bang was heard. Sicerian slammed his right hand on the wooden table, almost knocking over the clay pot. He straightened his back. "However, we still have a few dozen warships that survived while the Carthage fleet was completely annihilated. We also seized the opportunity to occupy Serenus, so the Sicilian fleet won the naval battle. Confidence and disdain returned to Sicerian's face. Of course, Miltiades wouldn't argue with him about whether it was right or wrong to fight the Carthage fleet on a stormy day. Instead, he took the opportunity to raise the doubts in his heart. "My lord, we've been looking for you all this time, but we couldn't find you. Where did you go?" "I'm in Lily," Sicerian replied calmly. You were captured by the Carthage fleet." Miltiades was shocked. Why didn't the Carthage fleet mention this when they came to exchange captives? "Of course not," Sicerian recalled painfully. "After the storm, I woke up to find myself lying on the beach, surrounded by drowned and unconscious sailors. I wanted to save them, but I saw the Carthage fleet rushing to the beach. I didn't want to be captured by them, so I swam back into the sea, but I was tired and hungry. But at that time, I was tired and hungry. Not long after I swam, I felt weak. Coincidentally, there were a few slow-moving Carthaginian ships searching for survivors of the shipwreck nearby. I had no choice but to dive into the water. Under the cover of the darkness of the night, when the Carthaginians weren't paying attention, I grabbed the side of a large ship that was about to return. As a result, I was brought into the port of Lily. I was able to make my way quietly to the quay because of the storm and the shipwreck, and, with the help of my Greek compatriots in the harbor, I was able to lie in wait at Lilebo. I have since come to think that the beach on which I was lying may have been between Mazzara and Lilebo. As the people of Lily were worried about being attacked by our army, the city was heavily guarded, and it was difficult for me to go out. If it wasn't for the fact that the Carthage fleet needed us to transport their supplies, I'm afraid I would still be waiting in Lily for an opportunity. But, Chapter 893. He turned to look at Miltiades with bright eyes and reprimanded him loudly. "Miltiades, ever since the establishment of the Dionian Navy, it has been a tradition of our Navy to charge forward bravely. However, you did not follow the established plan to patrol the waters west of Sicily because you were afraid of the strong winds and waves. You missed the opportunity to land the Carthaginian army in Sicily and deal them a heavy blow. I am very disappointed in you." Miltiades was still listening attentively to Cyprian's adventures. He sighed inwardly. If it weren't for this old officer's good luck, his superb stamina, and his swimming skills, ordinary sailors would have become Carthage's captives. When he suddenly heard the last few words, his face flushed. He did not argue, but lowered his head in shame. "Fortunately, I'm back now," Cyprian said in a low voice. "You can return the command of the fleet to me." Miltiades suddenly raised his head. After meeting Cyprian's sharp gaze, he immediately avoided it. After a moment, he met Cyprian's gaze again and summoned his courage to say, "My lord, the command of the Sicilian fleet was granted to me by His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs. I dare not transfer it without permission, because it's against military law." Miltiades' objection stunned Cyprian. His face showed some displeasure, and he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. "You don't understand what I mean. You can continue to be the commander of the Sicilian fleet, but I will be commanding the fleet. You have to know that if it weren't for me being trapped in Lily, you wouldn't have become the commander of the Sicilian fleet." What Cyprian said was indeed the truth. The letter that the Devers wrote to the Ministry of Military Affairs specifically mentioned the appointment of the commander of the Sicilian fleet. That was why Miltiades was initially appointed as the acting commander of the Sicilian fleet. However, due to the failure to find Cyprian and the drowning of Flarios, the Ministry of Military Affairs finally decided to appoint Miltiades as the official commander of the Sicilian fleet. As the former commander of the Dionian Navy, Cyprian had won every battle since the founding of the Dionian Navy. He had a high prestige in the Navy, and the three commanders, Mytilades, Flarios, and Miltiades, were his subordinates. It was inevitable that Miltiades would feel nervous when facing the powerful Cyprian. However, Miltiades had been in charge of the Fourth Fleet for so many years and was no longer the captain of the Devers flagship. He had gained some confidence and authority. This was one of the reasons why the Devers split the Navy into four. More importantly, Miltiades thought about the huge mistake he had made and was now thinking about how to make up for it in future battles. If he were to hand over the command of the fleet to Cyprian now, it would be a mistake that could not be made up for by the end of the war. Everyone would credit the victory to Cyprian, and he would become the laughing stock of the navy. Miltiades had already considered the pros and cons of the situation, so he calmed down and spoke in a more forceful tone. Lord Cyprian, you were once my superior and also an elder of the Senate. I still remember what you said. As the captain of a warship, you must set an example for your crew. Fulfill your duties, command your crew, and fight bravely. I believe you know very well that since the founding of the kingdom, there has never been a general in the army who did not fulfill his duties and enjoy the benefits of a promotion. I don't want to be the first, Miltiades said with a serious expression, and then he smiled bitterly. Of course, if you think I'm incompetent, you can apply to the Ministry of Military Affairs to remove me from my position as the commander of the Sicilian fleet. Cyprian's face darkened, and his gaze on Miltiades sharpened. Miltiades faced him calmly without fear. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Even the servants who were cleaning the table hurriedly left. After a moment, Cyprian's face twitched a few times, and he squeezed out a smile. Very well, Miltiades. As a commander, you must have this kind of imposing manner. Although Cyprian was powerful in the Ionian navy, he was not unreasonable. If Miltiades did not cooperate, he could not forcibly usurp the command of the fleet. That was not only a violation of military law, but also the laws of the kingdom. Given the temperament of the king of Devers, he was likely to be sent to prison in anger. As for directly requesting to the Ministry of Military Affairs to remove Miltiades and replace him as the commander of the Sicilian fleet, that was too overbearing. It would arouse the disgust of some people in the Royal Navy and damage his own image. Cyprian had been in a high position for more than 10 years, and was no longer the young and impulsive poor sailor. Naturally, he had a lot of concerns. After a while, he said disinterestedly, "In a while, send a fast ship to send me back to the naval base in Catania. I should also pay my respects to Flarios and the brothers who died in battle." Miltiades did not know what was going on in Cyprian's mind, but he was relieved that Cyprian had stopped pressuring him. Of course, he could not wait for Cyprian to leave, so he did not urge him to stay. "Yes, my lord, I will arrange it immediately." With that, he quickly left the tense room as if he was avoiding the plague, and strode towards the courtyard. At that moment, the wooden door was pushed open, and Leotychides' adjutant, Mukru, walked in. "General Miltiades, Commander Prososus invites you to the governor's mansion. He has an urgent military matter to discuss with you." When Miltiades heard this, he was delighted that a pillow had been delivered to him just when he wanted to doze off. He did not ask about the urgent military situation and turned around. "Sir, I have to make a trip to the city to discuss the battle plan with the army. Without affecting the overall strategy, we must protect the interests of our fleet as much as possible." Theodore walked out of the living room leisurely. On his way here, he had already heard about how Leotychides had incorporated tens of thousands of crew members into the legion, so he reminded him of this. Mukru stared at him with wide eyes and shouted in surprise, "Sir Cyprian, you're still alive?" As soon as the two highest officers of Ionia in Sicily met, Leotychides said, "Agrigento has sent an urgent request for help. There are tens of thousands of Carthage troops attacking Agrigento city." On the way here, Tagru did not reveal any urgent military matter to Miltiades, so when he heard this, he was a little surprised. Tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers attacking Agrigento city. That's impossible. These few days, our patrol ships on the coast east of Serenus did not find any traces of Carthage's army advancing east, and Minoa city is also very peaceful. Carthage's army did not go through the south coast. They're most likely going through the center mountains. A trace of regret appeared on Leotychides' face. "We were tricked by that Carthage General Margot. He besieged Serenus to attract our attention, but secretly sent some troops over the mountains to attack our allies in the rear. Aren't there Sicels in the mountains? Why did they let Carthage's army pass so easily?" Miltiades remembered this Ionia ally that he had not yet met and asked doubtfully, "I was careless this time. Although the Sicels haven't sent any news, I'm afraid they have already been defeated. Some of the soldiers that Margot brought from Iberia are very good at fighting in the mountains. The fall of Seldom is a good example. Leotychides' voice was slightly anxious. Agrigento has lost many soldiers in the Battle of Minoa. A few days ago, because Carthage besieged Serenus, they also sent some reinforcements. I'm afraid that Agrigento city is now empty of troops. We need help immediately. There are no extra ships in the port. I need your fleet to immediately send 6,000 reinforcements to Agrigento's port. Miltiades knew the urgency of the situation. Once Agrigento fell, not only would the neighboring Gela and Minoa be in danger, but the Dionysian army's land route would also be cut off. Under the attack of Carthage's army, the situation on the south coast of Sicily would become complicated. Thus, Miltiades did not say anything like the Sicilian fleet is used for battle, not to transport troops. Instead, he immediately replied, I'll go to the port now and get the fleet ready. When the soldiers you sent arrive, immediately send them to Agrigento. Miltiades' straightforwardness made Leotychides heave a sigh of relief. He then asked, I heard from Tagru that Thurian is still alive and has returned to Serenus port? Yes, it's the blessing of the Hades. He's going to Catania's naval base to stay for a while and pay his respect to his fallen brothers. Miltiades wanted to show his joy, but he remembered that Thurian wanted to take over the fleet, so his expression was a little strange. Leotychides looked at him and said faintly, Thurian must have suffered a lot during this period. He should take a rest. Thurian's return would naturally involve the issue of command of the Sicilian fleet. Compared to Thurian's forcefulness, Leotychides was more willing to work with Miltiades, who had become proactive after making a mistake. Thus, his words revealed a hint of support for Miltiades, which made Miltiades happy. After all, if the Ministry of Military Affairs really considered this issue, they might also consult Leotychides' opinion. Chapter 894. After Miltiades left, Leotychides immediately said, Tagru, quickly inform the reinforcements to head to the port immediately. Yes, Commander. Tagru received the order, but did not execute it immediately. Instead, he asked doubtfully, Isn't it too risky for the Carthage people? They've sent tens of thousands of troops to cross the mountainous region where transportation and food transportation are inconvenient. Separated by Serenus and Minoa, they want to take down Agrigento. Once our reinforcements arrive, their plan will fail. These tens of thousands of Carthaginians may not even need us to attack. They may collapse because of the lack of food supply and time. Yes, this Carthage commander Margot is really daring. It seems that he has great faith in the ability of his army. Leotychides looked at the wooden map hanging on the wall, his eyes gleaming. That's why our reinforcements must be fast. Ever since the Dionysian army occupied Serenus, half of its port had been quickly transformed into a simple military port. Not only could the warships of the Sicilian fleet dock for supplies, but they could also be pushed ashore for maintenance and repairs. This gave the fleet a stable and safe foothold in the west of Sicily, making it convenient for them to patrol and attack the western seas. Now, more than 150 warships of the Sicilian fleet were docked at the port. Soldiers from Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, Comolina, Econome, and other friendly cities on the south coast, as well as 1,000 soldiers from the Dionia Reserve Corps, a total of 6,000 soldiers were boarding the warships in batches. In order to transport the reinforcements to the port of Agrigento in one go, Miltiades did not even let the soldiers board the Corvus warship in order to make more space for the warships. He felt that the entire fleet could not be used to transport the soldiers. At least half of the warships needed to be used as escorts. This was a precaution that a naval commander must have. Miltiades, on the other hand, retorted that only half of the warships had to be used for transport. Now that the enemy was in a critical situation, if Agrigento was breached due to a lack of troops, who would bear the responsibility? Moreover, after the transport of the troops, the Sicilian fleet had to cruise to the west, so it could not be delayed. Both sides parted on bad terms again, so Thurian simply boarded the first ship to leave the harbor. Out of sight, out of mind. In order to save time, as soon as every warship was loaded with soldiers, they would immediately depart. Thus, when Miltiades boarded the flagship and left the port, the entire fleet stretched out 4 to 5 miles to the east, forming a single straight line. Because every ship was fully loaded with soldiers, the speed at which they sailed was slow. Miltiades was also a little anxious. He looked at the soldiers lying on the deck and estimated the time it would take to get from Serenus to Agrigento at this speed. By the time the transport was completed, it would already be afternoon, and the fleet would not be able to patrol. At this moment, he actually hoped that there would be a stronger northwest wind like the day Carthage's army landed. That way, they would be able to greatly shorten the voyage time. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out from above his head. "Attention! Attention! There's enemy activity in the southeast." Miltiades was shocked, but then he felt puzzled. Carthage's warships had been destroyed, so how could there be enemy activity in the southeast? Just as he was puzzled, the lookout on the mast anxiously shouted again. "The clippers have raised 2 blue flags." 2 blue flags. Blue flags meant that it was not Carthage's warships that appeared, or else the clippers would have raised their yellow flags. But 2 blue flags meant that there was a fleet nearby, and their numbers were comparable to the Sicilian fleet. Regardless of whether they were hostile or not, they posed a considerable threat to the Sicilian fleet. Miltiades panicked. He clung to the side of the ship and tried to look southeast, but he could only vaguely see a few small dots on the sea in the distance. Among the commanders of the 4 great fleets, Miltiades and Flarios did not have the experience of independently commanding a large-scale naval battle. During the war in southern Italy, Miltiades was only the captain of a 3-oared warship. After the establishment of the 4th Fleet, the Ministry of Military Affairs had provided the Devers with many candidates for the position of fleet commander. Their qualifications, achievements, and abilities were similar, so the Devers had a hard time choosing. In the end, he chose Miltiades because Miltiades had once served as the captain of the Devers ship. The Devers still had some impression of him, which gave him extra points. After becoming the commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltiades spent most of his time leading the fleet to patrol the Adriatic Sea, fighting pirates, and helping the army transport supplies. The only so-called naval battle was when Dionia conquered Messapi and Pacetti and attacked the Mapu Alliance's fleet. As the opponent was too weak, it did not take much effort to defeat them. Now that Miltiades might encounter his first major naval battle, the situation was so complicated. He could not tell whether the other party was friend or foe, so he could not make a sudden decision to fight. Not only did his fleet not have a formation, but every warship was filled with soldiers, which slowed down the speed and weakened their combat ability. The entire fleet was now in the sea near Germ, so it was difficult for them to retreat. As a small town, Germ's small and crude port could not accommodate the Sicilian fleet. Under such circumstances, he could not help but panic. He tried to calm himself down and gave his first order: raise the flag of Apollo and sound the bugle. As the bugle sounded, the golden flag was raised to the top of the mast and fluttered in the wind. When the warships in front of the flagship heard the bugle and saw the fluttering flag, they turned around and moved closer to Miltiades' flagship. The flag of Apollo was, with the flagship as the center, moved closer to it. The distance between the warships will be shortened, making it easier to command and defend. Miltiades' current idea was, with the fleet full of soldiers, it was not conducive to battle. His flagship was closer to Serenus, and when all the warships moved closer to him, if the unfamiliar fleet launched an attack, he could lead the fleet back to Serenus first. The Dionysian fleet stretched too far out on the sea, especially the warships in the front. The lookouts could not see the flag on the flagship at the rear, nor could they see the signals from the fast ships cruising behind. They could only see the warships at the rear making tactical movements before they could make corresponding changes. The transmission of such information was a little slow at this critical moment. As the fast ship that Sicerian was on was the first to leave, it was already a distance away from the rest of the fleet. As he sat at the bow of the ship, the crew could tell that he was in a bad mood, and no one dared to disturb him. The entire ship was abnormally quiet. At that moment, his expression suddenly froze. He touched his ears and asked the captain, who was observing the situation, "Did you hear that? I think there's a bugle." The captain shook his head blankly and listened carefully for a while before replying honestly, "My lord, I didn't hear it." The captain's words did not make Cycerian feel at ease. He stood up and looked behind him, then raised his head and asked, "Is there any movement from the warships at the back?" After a while, the lookout at the top of the mast replied, "There's no change." "My lord, perhaps you heard wrong," the captain said. Cycerian did not seem to hear it. He felt uneasy. Perhaps this uneasiness had been buried when he learned that Miltiades had ordered the entire fleet to be filled with soldiers without guarding the warships. But now, the uneasiness had become stronger. He no longer hesitated and said decisively, "Turn around and take a look." The captain complained in his heart that Cycerian was being paranoid, but he did not dare to object. After all, Cycerian was once the commander of the navy, an ever-victorious general and a hero worshipped by his crew. His prestige was too high. As the Dionio warships turned around and headed back, the fleet was also approaching the Sicilian fleet. Many small black dots appeared in Miltiades' vision, making him shudder with fear. At that moment, he heard the lookout at the top of the mast exclaim, "Two yellow flags." 2 yellow flags were raised. Enemy! Enemy! The last bit of hope in Miltiades' heart was shattered. Now that the other warships had not completely closed in, it was too late to retreat to Selinus. Fortunately, he had already prepared a plan while waiting. Blow the bugle again. Let the warships dock at the nearest beach, drop off the soldiers, and return to battle. Of course, these words could not be expressed with flag signals, so his flagship had to take the lead and let the other warships follow suit. So after giving the order, the flagship headed straight for the coast. The Dionio warships that were patrolling the southeast side of the fleet did not recognize the approaching fleet. However, as the enemy warships continued to close in, the formation slowly unfolded, the sails lowered, and the oars began to move faster. This was the standard preparation process for a fleet to enter battle. Of course, it was the enemy without a doubt. It turned out that the fleet did not come from Carthage, but from the eastern Mediterranean region of Phoenicia. Ever since the storm destroyed Carthage's navy, Carthage had completely lost their naval superiority. The Dionio Sicilian fleet rampaged on the sea. Not only did they cut off Carthage's communication with Sicily, but they also began to threaten Carthage's maritime trade. In this moment of life and death, while Carthage sped up the construction of new warships, he also thought of his motherland.